Congratulations! If you are watching this video, it means that you want to learn ethical hacking and network security and prepare yourself for the interconnected world of the future. So why ethical hacking and network security? Maybe you've already heard about a lot of hacks on the news, from corporations that have been hacked and lost hundreds of millions of US dollars, to government hacking like the Russian hackers who have been accused of tampering with the voting system in the 2016 US presidential election. In a world that's becoming more and more connected, network security becomes extremely important for both home networks as well as networks in the business world. Most networks and devices could be exploited if not properly secured. A solid network security system helps reduce the risk of data loss, theft, and sabotage. It's expected that cybercrime will more than triple the number of network security-related job openings over the next years. Today, cybersecurity-related jobs are in the top highest paid in the computer science industry. Learning ethical hacking and network security now could be the best decision of your career. So what are you waiting for? Start your ethical hacking journey today and you'll never regret it. In this lecture, we'll discuss the hacking lab environment. In this course, we'll be using Linux as the hacking and penetration testing operating system. I suppose you use Windows or Mac as your main OS, and in this case, you have to install Linux in a VM in VirtualBox or VMware. I'll show you how to do it in the next lecture. There are hundreds of Linux distributions available, and I'm sure you wonder what distro you should install. Even though the security concepts and hacking labs do not depend on a specific Linux distribution, and you can run them on any Linux, my advice is to install Kali Linux and eventually, if your system resources permit it, a second distribution like Ubuntu or Linux Mint in another VM. There are some hacking labs that require two Linux systems. These are also the distros I have used in this course. Let's see what Kali Linux is. Kali Linux is the world's most popular offensive security optimized Linux distribution. Based on Debian testing, Kali includes more than 600 penetration testing tools, including the big ones like Metasploit, Nmap, and AirCrackNG, but also a wide variety of more obscure and specialized tools. You'll find tens of hacking tools used for information gathering, vulnerability analysis, wireless attacks, web application assessment, exploitation, stress testing, or forensics tools. Moreover, Kali is free and always will be. So the advantage of using Kali is that you don't have to set anything up. All the needed tools are already installed, configured, and ready to be launched. Of course, if for any reason you prefer to use another distribution, you can do it. Just that you have to install and configure the security applications you want to use, and sometimes is not the easiest job. Note that Kali is a Linux distribution specifically geared towards professional penetration testers and security specialists. Given its unique nature, it is not a recommended distribution if you are unfamiliar with Linux at all, or if you are looking for a general-purpose Linux desktop distribution for development, web design, gaming, and so on. For those activities, a distribution like Ubuntu or Linux Mint would be more appropriate. Another cybersecurity Linux distribution I want you to be aware of is Parrot OS. It's secure, lightweight, free, and portable. It could be more appropriate than Kali for older systems because it uses less resources. Like Kali, ParrotOS is based on Debian and designed with security and privacy in mind. It includes a full portable laboratory for all kinds of cybersecurity operations, from penetration testing to digital forensics and reverse engineering. But it also includes everything needed to develop your own software or keep your data secure. The graphical interface of ParrotOS is built using Ubuntu Mate. You can install both Kali and ParrotOS in a VM and take a look at each of them because they are the two most popular operating systems used by most of the security professionals. After installing Kali Linux, there are a few things you should do or at least be aware of. The most important thing to be aware of is the Kali user. Starting with Kali 2020.1, you cannot log in anymore using the root user and password Tor. Now, a standard non-privileged user called Kali is available and its password is also Kali. So I'm logging in with Kali and password Kali. Many, if not all, administrative tasks, including running hacking tools, require root. They must be started as root. I'm opening a terminal, and for the recording, I'm changing the theme to a lighter one. You'll see it better. And I'm also changing the font. I want a bigger size. To become root, you execute the command sudo su in a terminal. And the password is Kali. I am root. All commands executed in this terminal will start with root privileges. Notice that you are root in this terminal only temporarily until you log out. To log out, you type exit or press on Ctrl D. If you open another terminal, you will not be logged in as root, but as the non-privileged user Kali. So to become root in this terminal, you should execute sudo su again and Kali. If you don't want to temporarily become root in a terminal, you can execute a single command as root using sudo and the command, like this. I'm logged as Kali and I'm executing sudo apt install nmap. The apt command will start with root privileges and the password is Kali. That's how you execute commands as root. Next, you should install the guest additions in the host VM, so in Kali. They consist of device drivers and system applications that optimize the guest operating system for better performance and usability. The most important features are better mouse integration, shared folders, and clipboard between the host and the guest operating systems, better video support, and so on. So go to Devices, and then click on Insert Guest Additions CD image. A new window pops up, or you'll find it mounted on the desktop. This is provided as a single CD-ROM image file, which is called vboxguestadditions.iso. This is located in the installation directory of VirtualBox, and it means that it came with VirtualBox and it's already available. On Kali, it was mounted in /media/cd-rom0. I'm opening a new terminal and moving to that directory. Let's see its content. Here, we see some executable files for different operating systems: Linux, Windows, or Mac. We are running Linux, so we are going to execute the Linux script, which is vbox linux additions.run, this one. So as root, I'm executing the script: sudo bash and the name of the script. This is one way of executing scripts in Linux. I'm entering the password, which is Kali. It's asking if I wish to continue, and I'm writing yes. And it's running. It's adding some kernel modules and so on. I'm pausing the video until it's done. And it's done. After it has finished, it's recommended to restart the VM in order to load the new kernel modules. So you could simply execute reboot at this moment. I'm not doing it now. Another thing you should be aware of is that the non-privileged user Kali has another path variable than the user root. This means that if I run a command that exists like ifconfig, it will say command not found even though the command is there. You see, it says command not found. The reason is that the command is in the /usr sbin directory. And it doesn't search for commands there. It's searching for commands only in these directories. Notice that usr sbin is not there. What you can do is to execute the command using its absolute path like this. Or you could add the directory to path like this. I'm opening .bashrc from user's home directory. At the end of the file, I'm adding export path equals $path : and the directory usr sbin. And I'm saving the file. I've used the Vim editor, which is not straightforward if you are not used to it. If you haven't used Vim before, don't try it now, but use another editor. For example, this simple text editor. This is the file you have to edit to change the path. I'm closing the terminal because the new path settings will take effect only in new terminals. In a new terminal, I can run ifconfig as Kali without using the full absolute path. It's in the path. During this course, we'll use the terminal a lot. If you want to customize it, you go to File, Preferences, and in this window, you can change the font, the theme, and many more. Another thing you can do is to update all applications. You can do that by executing as root apt update && apt full upgrade. So I'm becoming root, sudo su, Kali is the password, and apt update && apt full minus upgrade. Note that it will take some time, maybe a few minutes. Welcome back. In this lecture, I'll show you how to install Kali Linux in a VM. We'll use VirtualBox because it's free, but if you want you can use VMware as well. The prerequisites are at least 5 GB of RAM and 20 GB free space on your disk. The first step is to download VirtualBox installer for your OS, probably Windows or Mac. The installer can be found on the download page here. So download the binary version for Windows, Mac or Linux. After downloading, run the executable to begin installing the software. The installation process is straightforward, just click on Next a few times and at the end on Finish. We won't go deeper into this because it's really simple. I'd also recommend you to install another piece of software, which is optional but recommended. It's the VirtualBox extension pack. There is only one version for all platforms. So I'm downloading VirtualBox extension pack. It was downloaded and I'm clicking on it. In my case, I'll click on Upgrade, but for you, here will be Install. And it's done. This is necessary if you want USB support or other advanced features. After installing VirtualBox, we go ahead and download Kali Linux. There are 3 possibilities for the installation. To install it as the main OS, and in this case we download this ISO file, create a bootable USB disk using a special software, and then boot up the machine using the USB disk. A second option is to use it live, and that means that Kali Linux will not be installed on your machine, but will run directly from an USB disk. And the third way is to install it in a VM. There are Kali Linux virtual images for both VMware and VirtualBox on offensivesecurity.com. Kali Linux is developed, funded and maintained by Offensive Security, which is an information security training company. The Kali Linux virtual image will be imported in VirtualBox. So I'm going to offensivesecurity.com and download Kali Linux. I'm clicking on Kali and InfoSec Tools. And Kali virtual image downloads. So I'm downloading Kali Linux VirtualBox images for 64-bit CPUs. This is the easiest way to install Kali. The image comes as an OVA file. An OVA file is an open virtualization appliance that contains a compressed installable version of a virtual machine. When you open an OVA file, it extracts the VM and imports it into the virtualization software you have installed on your computer, in this case in VirtualBox. This is the OVA file I've just downloaded and it's on my desktop. And I'm double-clicking the OVA file. These are the suggested settings for the VM, and you can change them by double-clicking on an item or disable others using checkboxes. For example, if I want another amount of RAM for the VM, I'm double-clicking the RAM item and changing it. Or if I don't want the sound card enabled, I'm disabling the option. You can change these options also at a later time. And I'm importing the VM. It takes a while, but at the end, you have Kali Linux installed as a VM. I'm pausing the video until it's done. Kali Linux was imported and I'm starting it. Once started, I can log in with the user Kali and the password Kali. This is a non-privileged user. Perfect. The network card is put into net mode, so I can also access the internet. You can change the network settings in this window. Okay, the internet is working. That's how you install Kali Linux as a VM in VirtualBox. In the next lecture, I'll show you the top things to do after installing Kali Linux. See you in a second. Congratulations again on taking this course. I'm sure it will help you, and by the end of it, you'll be happy with your choice. This lecture is about planning your learning journey. Let's see how to get the most out of this course so that at the end, you'll have all the practical skills to be a more valuable and efficient ethical hacker. This course is not for complete beginners. Basic Linux and networking knowledge is required. If you start Linux from scratch, then you have to enroll first in the Master Linux Administration course or in a similar one that is good for complete beginners. I've organized the course in sections that are independent from each other. I want it to be as modular as possible. Even though there's some logic in the order you see the sections, if you are interested in a specific topic, like hacking Wi-Fi networks, or hacking network protocols, or cryptography and steganography, then you can jump directly to it. The previous ones are not a prerequisite for a deep understanding of what's in a current section. Of course, if you are starting your ethical hacking journey from the beginning, then I'd recommend you to follow the lectures in the order I've provided. My second advice is to go through this training using a laptop or a PC, since we are going to work with a lot of commands and applications and you are going to have to keep pace. Watching this course on a smartphone, even on one with a large display, is something that I strongly do not recommend. This course consists of very important network security concepts which should be well known by any effective ethical hacker and network security engineer. However, this field is extremely large and there isn't something like a complete course in this area. If for a specific topic presented in the course you feel there is something important that I've missed out, get in touch with me. Your feedback is valuable and I'll update the course accordingly for your best learning experience. Also note that I'll continuously update the course with new content. Return back to it at a later time to see what's new. For every topic, you'll get not only a video, but also slides, quizzes, challenges, and a comment section. After you set up the lab environment, I'd recommend you to watch the video first, exercise the practical part simultaneously with me, and if necessary, repeat this process as many times as you feel the need. Look at the slides and the comment section to deeply understand each concept. Then, test your knowledge with quizzes and practical challenges. If there is something not clear, don't hesitate to get in touch with me or with other students. Use the question and answer section of the course or write in the course private Facebook group. Keep in mind that network and security is difficult in general. Try to learn and exercise every day and give yourself some time. Many studies have shown that an average of 1 year is necessary to build a strong foundation in a computer science area if you are a beginner and start it from scratch. No one became a great ethical hacker or a network security expert overnight. Consistency is very important when you are learning something new. I'd recommend making a commitment to yourself to learn and practice every day. Good luck and see you in the course. Now, we'll start talking about the Metasploit framework, which is an open source penetration testing and development platform programmed in Ruby that provides exploits for a variety of applications and operating systems. Metasploit is one of the most commonly used penetration testing tools in the world. This exploitation framework consists of a group of tools and utilities put together to conduct security audits, test security vulnerabilities, enumerate networks, and evade detection or hack systems. It can be used by both white and black hat hackers because Metasploit is launching real, not simulated attacks. In this lecture, I'll show you how to start and update the Metasploit framework. If you are using Kali Linux, and I advise you to use it, Metasploit is part of Kali. We started by simply executing msf cancel in a terminal. msf cancel is the most popular interface to the Metasploit framework. It provides an all-in-one centralized cancel and allows you efficient access to virtually all the options available in the Metasploit framework. Let's launch it. It has started successfully. Let's move on and see how to update Metasploit. This is especially important because the Metasploit team is continuously releasing improvements and exploits for new vulnerabilities. As you can see, this is Metasploit cancel version 6.1.27 and there are 2,196 exploits available. Until recently, we could simply update Metasploit to the latest version by executing msf update. I'm running msf update. But, as you can see, Metasploit now responds that the command is no longer supported when Metasploit is part of an operating system such as Kali. And to update it, we need to use the apt package manager. So, to update it, I'm running sudo apt update && sudo apt install Metasploit framework. And the password is Kali. By the way, apt install is installing or updating the package to its latest version. I'm typing Y. It's downloading and installing the latest version of Metasploit. It was updated and I'm starting msf cancel again. In the other terminal, I'm exiting the previous Metasploit cancel and I'm starting it again. This is the latest version of Metasploit, which is version 6.1.39. Modules are the core components of the Metasploit framework. A module is a piece of software that can perform a specific action, such as scanning or exploiting a target. Each task that you perform using Metasploit is defined within a module. To access the Metasploit framework, you need an interface. msf cancel is the most popular interface to the Metasploit framework. It provides an all-in-one centralized cancel and allows you efficient access to virtually all the options available in Metasploit. By the way, MSF cancel may seem intimidating at first, but once you learn the syntax, you'll appreciate its power. Let's see how to use it efficiently. To see a summary of its usage option, execute MSF cancel -age. These are its options. And to start it, just execute MSF cancel at a terminal. Once in MSF cancel, we can run Linux commands like in a normal shell. For example, if we want to check the network connection to the target, it's not necessary to open a new terminal because we can ping it from here. Let's check again its IP address, the Metasploitable's IP address. And from within MSF cancel, I'm running ping -c2. I'm sending only to ping packets and the IP address. Great. The Metasploit cancel is designed to be fast and easy to use, and one of its most useful features is tab completion. There are lots of Metasploit modules available, and it can be difficult to remember the exact name and path of the particular module you want to use. As in the bash shell, entering what you know and pressing tab twice will present you with a list of options available or will autocomplete the string if there's only one option. For example, use E and double tabs. X completing the path. Let's go ahead and talk about the MSF cancel commands. To display a list of all available commands along with a description of what they are used for, type help or a question mark and hit enter. Let's take a look at some important commands. There are hundreds of modules and commands available. Once again, a module is a piece of software that can perform a specific action, such as scanning or exploiting. Each task that you can perform using Metasploit is defined within a module. Keep this in mind. To view a list of the exploits that are available, execute show exploits. If you have a general idea of what you are looking for, you can search for it via the search command. The search command will locate the string you are searching for within the module names, descriptions, or references. Search SSH. Search Windows. Search Windows. Search Android. These payloads, exploits, or auxiliaries are all related to Android devices. You can further narrow your search results by using other keywords or subcommands. Let's see the help for search. For example, I'm searching for Windows exploits related to SQL. Search platform :Windows, name :SQL, and type :exploit. All of these are exploits related to SQL that runs on Windows. Platform narrows down the search to modules that affect a specific platform, and type lets us filter by module type. There are more module types such as exploit, payload, evasion, encoder, or auxiliary. To dive deeper into an exploit, you can use the info command. It will provide you with detailed information about a particular module, including all options, targets, and other information. For example, info, exploit, Windows, Postgre, and Postgre payload. And you see here detailed information about that particular exploit. Now pay attention. My advice is to always read the module help before using it, because not doing so could have bad results. You could simply break a running system. Metasploit is not just simulating the exploit, but it's actually running it. And remember, not all Metasploit modules are included in Metasploit's update, but only those developed and approved by Rapid7, the company that develops Metasploit. If you have developed a new module or found one on GitHub, you will need to add it manually. Alright, that was an overview of MSF Console. In the next lecture, we'll see how to use modules and what is the common Metasploit workflow. I'll see you right away. Let's go straight into Metasploit and see how to use it. I'll show you a real exploit on a vulnerable server. The hacker's machine will be Kali Linux, and the victim's machine, the Metasploitable VM, the one we've installed and set up in a previous lecture. These two machines are connected to the same NAT network, and we can check the network connection using ping. I'm logging into Metasploitable. And I'm running ifconfig on both VMs to see their IP addresses. This is 10.0.2.7 and this is 10.0.2.15. So ping 10.0.2.7 and it's working. And I'm pinging Kali as well. Great. In this lecture, I'll show you how a hack is performed from the beginning. The first step of an attack is called reconnaissance, which means collecting and discovering information about a system. So let's scan the target for vulnerabilities using Nmap, which is probably the most well-known network scanner. On Kali, I'm running as root Nmap minus capital A and the target's IP address. And the scan is done. Metasploitable has some intentional vulnerabilities. In a real case scenario, hackers will do the same. They will scan for vulnerabilities, and if there are any, they will try to exploit those vulnerabilities. The Nmap report shows important information about the services that are running, their version and vulnerabilities. And we see there are lots of vulnerabilities. Let's take the SSH server and search on Google for exploits for that version. And we notice there are some exploits available. Those exploits can be executed using Metasploit. Let's focus on VS FTPD version 2.3.4, which seems vulnerable. This vulnerability will provide us with a root shell using a backdoor command execution. This means we'll have full root access to the vulnerable system. We can see information about the exploit. Now back to Metasploit, I'm starting the console by running MSF console. It's starting. Once started, we can search for a vulnerability or for a service by name. I'm running search vs FTPD. and it has found an available exploit for VS FTPD, and to run it, we have to select the exploit. I'm running use and the path to that exploit. So exploit Unix FTP and VS FTPD 234 backdoor. I'm hitting enter. The exploit was selected, and the next step is to check the options required to run it. I'm running show options. We notice there are two options available, rhosts and rport. Rhosts is the target's or the victim's IP address. In this example, it will be the IP address of the Metasploitable VM. So set rhosts and the victim's IP address 10.0.2.7. The other option, rport, is the remote port on which FSTPD listens. The final step is to run the exploit. Run. It found a shell, opened a session, and the target was hacked. We have gained access to Metasploitable VM remotely. A shell has opened and allows us to fully control the machine. We own that machine and we are connected to it as root. I'm running some commands on Metasploitable, the hacked machine. You see here, this is its IP address. These commands are run on Metasploitable. I'm creating a file on the hacked machine. Okay, I've shown you how a system gets compromised. We've intentionally used a vulnerable machine in a lab environment, but the same could happen in a real-world scenario. We are taking a short break, and in the next lecture, we'll go over how to use MSF cancel. Hello guys and welcome. We'll start a series of lectures on penetration testing and server exploitation. Taking your first steps with penetration testing can be difficult. I assume you don't want to conduct your first penetration test on your production network. This can be really dangerous. The recommendation is to set up a testing lab environment, and this is where Metasploitable comes into play. Metasploitable is a Linux virtual machine that contains several intentional vulnerabilities for you to exploit. Metasploitable is essentially a penetration testing lab in a box, available as a VMware or VirtualBox VM. This VM can be used to conduct security trainings, test security tools, and practice common penetration testing techniques. Metasploitable is created by the Rapid7 Metasploit team. You can download it from rapid7.com or from sourceforge.net. If you download it from rapid7.com, you have to first create a free account. A company email address is required, but you can use a random email address if you don't have one. It doesn't have to be confirmed. Or you can choose to download it from sourceforge.net and no account is required. I've already downloaded Metasploitable. It comes as a zip file, so after downloading it, unzip the file to see its contents. This is its contents. In this video, I'll use VirtualBox, but you can use VMware as well. So in VirtualBox, I'll create a new VM. Its name will be Metasploitable 2. Its type will be Linux. And the version, other Linux, 64-bit. And I'm clicking on Next. The memory size will be 1024 megabytes. Next, and I'll use an existing virtual hard disk drive. This is the metasploitable.vmdk file I've just unzipped. So add, I'm going to my desktop, that's the directory where I have unzipped Metasploit, and I'm selecting metasploitable.vmdk. And open. And finally, I'm clicking on Choose. And Create. Okay, it's done. Let's start the VM. Metasploitable is starting. The Metasploitable Linux operating system has started, and I'll log in using the default username, which is msfadmin. msfadmin. And the password is the same, msfadmin. Okay, sorry, I've written the incorrect password. If you want to become root or execute commands as root using sudo, you use the same password, which is msfadmin. For example, I'm becoming root, sudo su, and the password will be msfadmin. And I'm root. This is an intentional vulnerable VM, and you should never expose it to an untrusted network. It can be easily hacked. In VirtualBox or VMware, use net or host-only mode. In the next lectures, I'll use Kali Linux as the machine that will conduct the pen test or run the exploits, and Metasploitable will be the victim machine. So, in VirtualBox, I'm gonna create a network for these two VMs, Kali and Metasploitable. So, I'm going to Tools, Preferences, Network, and then add new net network. Okay, I have added a new net network. All options remain at their default values. And OK. Then I'll select Metasploitable and Kali and connect them to the newly created net network. So Metasploitable, Settings, Network, Net Network, and the name is Net Network. And OK. And the same for Kali Linux. The net network includes its own DHCP server, so you have to request a new IP address or restart the VM. I'm going to restart the VMs. And I'm restarting Kali as well. I want to check the connection between Kali and Metasploitable. I'm logging into Kali and I want to check its IP address. And its IP address is 10.0.2.6. Let's check the IP address of Metasploitable. msfadmin and msfadmin. Okay, they are in the same network. And I'm pinging Kali. It's working. And from Kali, Metasploitable. Perfect. The penetration testing environment was set up. We'll take a short break, and in the next lecture, we'll continue with Metasploit. In the last lecture, we've seen what RouterSploit is, how to install and start it. Now it's time to show you a real exploit on a router, and I'll choose the default gateway of the LAN. The first step is to find the IP address of the default gateway, which is usually the first or the last IP of the subnet. However, we could scan the network using Nmap or NetDiscover. In this example, this is the default gateway, 192.168.0.1. And I'm starting RouterSploit. In the RouterSploit directory, in this one, I'm executing Python 3 rsf.py. Let's start a module called AutoPawn used to scan for vulnerabilities. The style of working is the following: to select a module, type use, and then whatever module you want to use. Show options to display the parameters of the module you've selected. Set to set any of the parameters you see in the output of show options, and finally run to execute the module. Use tab key multiple times for completion. So I'm selecting the AutoPawn module. Use scanners AutoPawn. Use the tab key for auto-completion. Now to see the options of the module, I execute show options. These are all available options. We notice the target option, which is the most important. Let's set the target as being the default gateway. Set target and the IP address of the default gateway. The next step is to type run, and it will run all the known exploits against the target to see if it's vulnerable to any of them. It's checking for vulnerabilities. We are waiting for it to finish scanning. It takes some time, a minute or two, so I'm gonna pause the recording. And it's over. If there is no known vulnerability discovered, that's good news. Get to the next device and eventually repeat the scan after a while. Keep in mind that there could be other devices on your LAN that are not router and are vulnerable. My advice is to scan all IoT devices using RouterSploit. You first discover all possible targets like IP cameras using Nmap, and then you run RouterSploit against the targets. In our case, the router is vulnerable to this exploit. RouterSploit displays the vulnerabilities, and I'm gonna select the exploit. If you want to see all available exploits, you type use exploits and then 2 times the tab key. And these are the categories. These are all routers exploits and all exploits for TP-Link and so on. I'm selecting the exploit in order to execute it. To see all options of the exploit, you execute show options. The next step is to set the target. Set target and its IP address. And I'm running it. Perfect. Now let's see the payloads of the exploit. A payload is a customized piece of code that the attacker will execute on the vulnerable system in order to compromise it. So show payloads. A reverse shell is such a payload in which the attacker gains interactive shell access. The target machine initializes a connection to the hacker's machine, and the hacker's machine listens for the incoming connections on a specific port. We notice there are two payloads available. Let's select the reverse shell payload. It will send us a reverse shell. Set payload and the payload. The next step is to set the IP address of the local machine, the one that will receive the shell of the victim. This is our own IP address. This is the IP address. Set L host and the IP address. The next step is to effectively run the exploit or fire the payload against the victim. To run the exploit with the selected payload, you type and execute run. I won't do it because I don't really want to break the router or anything else with this example. The conclusion of this lecture is that if you have a router or an Internet of Things device, it is your responsibility to make sure that it runs the latest version of firmware and that the default credentials have been changed. You can discover known vulnerabilities running RouterSploit against the device and then mitigate the possible attacks. Also take a look at Repost, which is a RouterSploit fork. It adds some nice features like wrapping your own applications inside a tailored interactive shell. In this lecture, I'll show you how to hack routers and other embedded devices like IP cameras using RouterSploit. The RouterSploit framework is an open-source exploitation framework written in Python and dedicated to embedded devices. It scans devices on your network to see if there is any vulnerability to a known exploit. For example, the VPN filter malware is such an exploit designed to infect routers, and it's estimated to have infected hundreds of thousands of routers worldwide. Such an exploit can be easily turned into a module and launched using RouterSploit. The solution to such a vulnerability is in most cases a firmware upgrade. But how often do you check if there is any new firmware available for your router or your security cameras? I suppose that never, or not too often anyway. Most people set up routers and forget about them. They don't change the default password, update the firmware, or protect them in any way. Such a vulnerability is like a monster sleeping in your room and waiting to be woken by someone interested in finding it. Let's move on and see what are the components of RouterSploit. RouterSploit consists of various modules that aids penetration testing operations. Exploits are modules that take advantage of identified vulnerabilities. It's similar to Metasploit. Creds are modules designed to test credentials against network services. Scanners are modules that check if a target is vulnerable to any exploit. Then comes the payloads, which are modules that are responsible for generating payloads for various architectures and injection points. And generic are modules that perform generic attacks. Before showing you how to scan routers and other embedded devices for vulnerabilities, I want to start with a legal disclaimer. You are allowed to use RouterSploit only on your own devices or on devices for which you've got permission. Let's get started and see how to install and use RouterSploit. If you are using Kali Linux, you can install it automatically using apt because it's in the official repositories. I'm searching for RouterSploit. apt search RouterSploit. And it found the package. However, I'm gonna install it manually from the official website because I want to stay up to date. The installation is simple and I will just follow the official installation guide. First, I'm installing Python pip. The next step is to clone the GitHub repository. Then I'll cd into RouterSploit directory and install the requirements. I'm copying and then pasting this line. I'm moving to RouterSploit directory and here I'm pasting the line. It's installing some requirements. Perfect, RouterSploit has been installed. In this directory, there is a Python file called rsf.py. This is RouterSploit. I am starting it, Python 3, and the name of that file, rsf.py. Note that you have to be in the RouterSploit directory. The RouterSploit framework has opened up and you see that the interface and style are similar to that of Metasploit. A command line interface is available and you can see everything RouterSploit has to offer by typing show all. We see the modules. As you can see in the output, there are a lot of exploits, default credentials, and scanners. If you want to search for a specific exploit or for exploits for a specific vendor, you use the search command. For example, I'm searching for anything related to Cisco. Search Cisco. I've got exploits for Cisco routers, cameras, or modules for finding the credentials. Or I could search only for exploits like this. Search type equals exploits. It's showing us only the exploits. Or I could search for anything related to cameras. Search device equals cameras. Okay, this is how you use RouterSploit. You type exit when you want to close RouterSploit. There's also the possibility to automatically update RouterSploit modules, and I'd recommend you to do so since according to the RouterSploit website, the project is under heavy development and the new modules are shipped almost every day. To update RouterSploit, run git pull in the RouterSploit directory. Git pull. It's already up to date. I've just installed it. At the end of this lecture, I want to introduce you to a new term called flytrap. A flytrap is a router that has been compromised and updated with a special firmware that prevents the user from updating or modifying the new firmware. Cherry Blossom is an exploitation framework that can transform vulnerable Wi-Fi routers into flytraps. They are advanced remote spying devices capable of being controlled from anywhere. Okay, we'll take a short break and we'll see after that how to exploit the default gateway using RouterSploit. In this lecture, we'll see what is the common Metasploit workflow. The first step is to discover the target and the vulnerable services that are running. There are lots of vulnerability scanners, but most of the time Nmap is the tool of choice. From Kali Linux, as root, I'm scanning the exploitable VM using Nmap and the -A option, which enables OS and version detection, script scanning, and traceroute. Nmap is scanning Metasploitable. And there are many vulnerabilities because this VM was especially designed for penetration and exploitation testing. In a real case scenario, hackers will do the same. They will scan for vulnerabilities, and if there are any, they will try to exploit those vulnerabilities. Let's take a look at this one. On port 6667, IRCD is listening. A hacker would search for exploits for that service and version on Google or on specific forums. And the first result takes us to the Rapid7 website, and we can see that there's a backdoor command execution available for that service. This version contains a backdoor that went unnoticed for months. By the way, Rapid7 is the company that develops Metasploit. And if we scroll down, we notice that there's also a Metasploit module that exploits the vulnerability. They even show us how to use it. Let's return to Kali and start Metasploit. I'm running MSF cancel. Once it has started, I'm searching for IRCD. So search IRCD. And there's one module available. To find more information about it, execute info and its name with the full path. So info, exploit, Unix, IRC, Unreal, IRCD, backdoor. To select a specific module, type use and the full path to the module. And if you want to go back or to exit the module, execute back. The next step is to see what are the options of the module. Show options. Our host comes from remote host and is the target IP address. I'm setting it. Set our host and the target's IP address 10.0.2.7, the IP address of Metasploitable. Next, we'll have to select a payload. A payload is a piece of code to be executed through the exploit. It's in fact what to do after the target is exploited. To see all compatible payloads for this exploit, run show payloads. Most of the time, a hacker would like to get a shell to the hacked machine so that he can further install malware, run other commands, or consolidate his position on the machine or on the network. I'm setting a reverse shell as payload. So set payload and the path to the payload. Payload, cmd, Unix, reverse. This one. After setting the payload, you can further check what are the payload's available options. I'm running show options again. And there are two options for the payload. lhost and lport. Lhost is the local listening address and I'm setting it to the IP address of Metasploit. So set lhost and the IP address of Metasploit. Let's see its IP address again. Remember that you can run shell commands directly in MSF console. And I'm running the exploit. The exploit is running and the machine was hacked. I'm logged in as root and I can execute any command in a reverse shell. A session was opened. I'm on Metasploitable, on the hacked machine. Take a look here. This is the IP address of Metasploitable. The command was run on the hacked machine. On this machine. I'm logged in as root. Now, we are in the phase of the attack called post-exploitation. It refers to any action taken after a session is opened. A session is an open shell from successful exploitation, like in this case. After successfully hacking the target, the attacker will be asking himself what to do next. In general, he wants to gain further access to the target's internal network or to cover his tracks as he progresses from system to system. Or maybe he wants to set up a backdoor to maintain more permanent system access. In this example, if the victim machine is restarted, the access will be lost. Of course, the hacker could run the exploit again, but the admin could patch or uninstall the vulnerable service. So, utilizing these techniques will ensure that some level of access is maintained, and that's why post-exploitation is so important. Okay, thank you, that's all. Hello guys, in this lecture we'll talk about hashes. You'll find them in many areas of computer science. Hashes are a critical part of password systems, digital signatures, security certificates, blockchain technology, cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum, or even how the supermarket POS verifies the PIN of your credit card when you want to pay for something. Let's dive deeper into hashes. A hashing algorithm is a cryptographic function that takes an input, runs it through some magical mathematical processes, and then creates a unique output called hash. The output hash is sometimes called message digest, checksum, or cryptographic fingerprint. The input of the hash function can be literally anything, from binary information like a file, a packet, a single character, to a word or a phrase. I'd like to show you a practical example using a Linux machine, since it already has all applications needed to calculate hashes. If you are using Windows, you need to install the required tools. So I'm executing SHA-256 sum etc password. Let's take a deeper look at the command xargument and xoutput. The hash function or the hash algorithm used is SHA-256. SHA stands for Secure Hash Algorithm, is pronounced SHA, and is in fact a family of more hash protocols. SHA-256 SUM is the Linux application, the tool that implements the hash protocol, which, as I said, is SHA-256. etc password is the input of the hash function, and this string, written in hexadecimal or base 16, is the hash of the input. We can simply say that the SHA-256 hash of password file is this value, the value you are seeing right now. You should know that all hash algorithms are public. They are like a public math formula that anyone can see and use. For example, SHA-256 is part of a bigger family of hash algorithms called SHA-2. You can read more about them even on Wikipedia. Look, this is the pseudocode for SHA-256 algorithm. You can implement it in any programming language. It's public. Other well-known hash algorithms besides SHA-2 are MD5 and SHA-1, which are considered insecure and obsolete. Let's see the hash of Linux word calculated with MD5 and SHA-1. Echo -n and the word Linux. You can write anything you want. Pipe, MD5 sum. -n is used not to add a new line. By default, the echo command ends a new line at the end. I want to calculate the hash only of this word. And the hash calculated using SHA-1, that's the hash. They are written always in hexadecimal numbers. Other very secure and new hash algorithms are SHA-3 or Keccak, Blake2b, and RIPE-MD160. Blake2b is used by Ethereum 2.0 and RIPE-MD160 is one of the two hash functions used by Bitcoin, and they are never hacked. Another way to calculate a hash is using the OpenSSL command like this. OpenSSL digest from digest minus SHA-3 minus 256. This is the hash algorithm and the file, for example, etc password. Okay, this is the hash. This is different than this one because it's another hash algorithm used. Or you can calculate the hash of a string this way. Echo -n Linux, pipe, OpenSSL, digest, and the hash algorithm. For example, RIPE-MD160. That's the hash. You can see a list of all hash algorithms implemented in OpenSSL by executing OpenSSL and then help. These are all hash algorithms implemented in OpenSSL. Let's try another example. Let's calculate the hash of word Linux using this time SHA-512 algorithm in different ways. In the first example, I'll be using the SHA-512 sum command like this. Pipe SHA-512 sum. This is the hash. Or using the OpenSSL command. This is the hash. I can also use an online tool to calculate the hash. I am selecting SHA-512 and the input Linux. And this is the hash. And we notice something very important. No matter how we calculate the hash, if we use the same algorithm, we get the same hash, the same output. Look at this output. And look at the same output here. This is one of the properties of hashes, which is called determinism. And it means that the output of a hash function doesn't change between runs. It's in fact the same mathematical process applied. These hash functions are also called one-way functions. Another important property of a hash function is that it's very easy to compute the hash from the given input, but infeasible to find out the original input from the resulting hash. Or, if you have the hash you are seeing right now, there is no way to find out what information, what word, file or packet has given that hash. Note that hashing is not encryption. There is no secret, no key in hashing. A rootkit is a collection of malicious computer software designed to enable access to a computer that is not otherwise allowed. A rootkit contains malware that can steal data and take over a system for malicious purposes, all while remaining undetected. Typically, a hacker installs the rootkit after having obtained privileged access to the system. Obtaining this access is a result of a direct attack on the system, such as exploiting a known vulnerability or getting a valid password obtained by cracking or social engineering tactics like phishing. Once the rootkit is installed, it becomes possible to hide the intrusion as well as to maintain privileged access. A rootkit can hide a keylogger, capturing your keystrokes and sending your confidential information to its master who controls it. It can also allow hackers to use your computer for illicit activities such as launching a denial of service attack against other computers or sending out spam. Rootkit detection is difficult because a rootkit may be able to subvert the software that is intended to find it. Rootkits could remain in place for a very long time because their role is to hide any trail of their existence. So finding rootkits is a challenge, especially if it loads kernel modules and compromises the kernel. By modifying kernel system calls, kernel rootkits can hide files, directories, processes, or network connections without modifying any system binaries. I want you to remember something very important. If the system was compromised by a rootkit and you find out about it by any means, you must reinstall the entire system. Never, but never trust a compromised machine. Period. Now that you know how dangerous a rootkit can be, let's go ahead and see how we can scan for rootkits and malware on a Linux system. We'll take a look at two security tools, Rootkit Hunter and Check Rootkit. It's recommended to run these tools from a rescue disk, typically a live one, or optionally, they can use an alternate directory from which to run all their own commands. This way allows the rootkit scanner to trust the commands upon which they depend a bit more. Rootkit Hunter or RK Hunter is a security monitoring tool for Linux which scans for rootkits and other possible vulnerabilities. It does so by searching for the default directories of rootkits, misconfigured permissions, hidden files, kernel modules containing suspicious strings, and comparing hashes of important files with known good ones. It is written in Bash, so it's portable and can be run on any Linux-based systems. Let's install RK Hunter from the official Ubuntu repositories. apt install RK Hunter. It's installing it. After installing RK Hunter and prior to running it for the first time, update the file properties database. One of the checks RK Hunter performs is to compare various current file properties of various commands against those it has previously stored. I'm running RK Hunter --prop upd. This command causes RK Hunter to update its data file of stored values with the current values. Let's run a full system check. RK Hunter check. This command performs various checks on the local system. The result of each test will be displayed at the terminal, and if anything suspicious is found, then a warning will be displayed. A log file of the tests and the results will be automatically created in /var/log. Let's take a look at the log file in another terminal. I'm splitting the terminal in two, and I'm connecting to the VPS again. This is a new connection to the same server. So tail -f/varlog rkhunter.log. And we see there a lot of information. All the tasks it performs. I'm pressing enter to continue. I'm waiting for it to finish. And it's done. There's only one warning that says that SSH root access is allowed. If you want to print at console only the warnings, run it with the ---- report warnings only option, like this. Note that it still updates the log file along with all the checks it makes. Out of the box, Rootkit Hunter will throw up some false warnings during the file properties checks. This is because a few of the core utilities have been replaced by different scripts. For example, on this Ubuntu VM, RKHunter reports this warning. I know this is a false positive since I've just installed the system from a trustworthy source. These warnings can be muted by whitelisting them in the RKHunter config file. Here, I'm writing script whitelist and the path to the binary that generated the warning. Let's take a look at another tool called chk rootkit that locally checks for rootkits. I'm installing it. apt install chk rootkit. And to start a scan, simply run as root chk rootkit. It's performing lots of tasks displaying the results on the screen. Note that a warning doesn't necessarily mean that the system was compromised. It's just a red flag that needs to be further investigated. The first thing you should do is search on Google for check rootkit and the warning it has displayed. We can also run it in quiet mode by using the -q option, and it will print out only the warnings if there are any. And it's recommended to frequently run a cron job that scans for rootkits. That's all about rootkits and rootkit scanners. Thank you. Hello guys! In this video, I'll show you a very interesting attack of type denial of service called fork bomb or rabbit virus. Pay special attention to it because it can be executed by a non-privileged user and can bring down and make unusable the entire Linux system. I can honestly say that it was a very unpleasant surprise for me to test it on many Linux distributions and see that it works on all of them. In a matter of seconds, and with only one line of code, a normal user will hack the system. Let's get started and see the attack live, but please don't test it on a production system because it will make it unusable. Run it in a VM or on a test system to which you have physical access. Be prepared for a crash and a forced reboot of your system. On the latest version of Ubuntu, as a non-privileged user, and this is the key here, I'm creating a new bash script. And inside the script, I'm adding a single line of code. $0 ampersand ampersand $0 ampersand. And that's all. Don't worry, I'll explain it to you in detail later. Now I'm saving the file, setting the execution permission, and running the script as usual. In a few seconds, the system will become unusable. I cannot even move the mouse anymore, and there's no chance to stop it. I try to run the ls command, but it doesn't work. The system has crashed. The script has caused resource starvation, crashing the system. The only way to get out of this is force reboot the system using the power off or reboot button. I'm stopping the VM and then starting it again so I can regain access. I'm pausing the recording until it starts so I can log in. The system has restarted. Let's take a deeper look at the script and what has happened. This is the script. It performs a denial of service attack that makes use of the fork system call to create an infinite number of processes. So, $0 is a special variable that represents the script itself. So the script is running itself recursively 2 times and then is going in the background for another recursive call. It does this indefinitely. Ampersand at the end puts the process in the background so new child processes cannot die at all and start eating the system resources. Let's see how to prevent such a fork bomb. If you run ulimit -u, you'll see the number of available processes for the current user. This value is very large. You can also run ulimit -a to see a lot of limits available to the shell and the processes it creates. To prevent the fork bomb, we'll lower the number of processes the user can start. The processes cannot continuously replicate themselves. As root, I'm opening the following file: /etc security limix.conf. And at the end, I'm adding the following line: the name of the user, student, hard, and proc, and the value, for example, 2000. This will limit the user processes to 2000. Please don't set too low the ulimit numbers. By doing so, you will prevent the user from working on the system. And you can also add such a limit for a group as follows: add the name of the group, for example, admins, hard, and proc, and the value, for example, 4000. I'm saving the file. The new limits will be available for new sessions, so I'm logging out and then logging in again. I'm opening a shell and running the script again. We see that the system is not becoming unavailable and we can work on it. See this message, which practically means that the shell is not allowed to create new processes. But the system is not unusable. I can work on it. Congratulations, you've just mitigated the fork bomb attack on Linux and made your system more secure. In this lecture, we'll talk about the properties and use cases of hash algorithms. Though all cryptographic hash functions have different mathematical foundations, they do have the same properties. Let's consider a cryptographic hash function and see what are its properties. The first property is called determinism. This means that the output of a hash function doesn't change between executions if it runs on the same input. It doesn't matter when or on what machine you calculate the hash. It will be the same if you use the same algorithm and input. In these examples, I've calculated the hash of Word Linux in two different ways, using the SHA-512 sum command and using the OpenSSL command. It's the same hash. If I calculate the hash using an online tool, we get the same result. Another important property of hash functions is that two different inputs always have different hashes. Or we can say that if two inputs, like two files, have the same hash, they must be equal. If a single bit changes across inputs, it will produce an entirely different hash. Let's calculate the hash of the word computer using SHA-256. Computer, and the algorithm is SHA-256. This is the hash. Now, let's calculate the hash of the word computer1 using the same algorithm. We notice that two different words have two different hashes. Each input has its own unique hash. Keep this in mind. Now, theoretically speaking, it's possible to have collisions, and that means different inputs with the same hash. But with a good cryptographic hash function, there isn't a known way of finding a collision with all the computing resources in the world. We'll discuss hash collisions in a dedicated lecture later in the course. A hash function is one way, meaning that it's computationally infeasible to determine the original message from its hash value. Hashes work based on an irreversible mathematical transformation. In other words, given a hash, it would be impossible or extremely difficult to determine the deterministic steps taken to reproduce the input of that hash. Look at this hash. There is no way, no matter how much computational power you possess, to find the file or the text that has produced this hash. Hash functions always produce a fixed length output regardless of size of the input. For example, SHA-256 always produces a hash of 256 bits and SHA-512 a hash of 512 bits. In fact, the number after the SHA word means the length of the output hash. Let's see some examples. I'll calculate the hash of two characters, A and B, using SHA-256. This is the hash, which has a length of 256 bits or 64 hexadecimal characters. Now I'll calculate the hash of a phrase. And the output hash has the same length, 64 symbols in base 16. Let's see now the hash of a file. I'm not interested in how big the file is. X hash will have a length of 256 bits or 64 hexadecimal characters. Sorry, the command is SHA-256 sum. Okay, permission denied. Okay, let's choose another file. etc password. Or etc group. Or /bin ls. And so on. We see the hash x the same length. If I had a file of 1 gigabyte, x hash would be of the same length. Another property of hash algorithms is the avalanche effect. Changing one bit in the input should create an avalanche effect, and its result is an entirely different hash. Let's see an example. Let's take a bigger file. For example, a dictionary file that comes with Kali Linux. Let's see how many characters and words are in that file. USR share, dict, and American English. There are almost 1 million characters. Let's calculate the hash of that file. This is the hash, and I'll change a single character. I'm opening the file using Vim, and at the end of the file, I'll add a white space. Okay, and I'm saving the file. Okay, I must be root in order to be able to edit the file. No problem, it's very easy. So at the end, I'm adding a white space and I'm saving the file. Let's see x hash. And we notice that x hash is entirely different. It's in fact a new hash. This is the avalanche effect. These 5 properties we've just discussed are the most important ones of any hash function. A good cryptographic hash function must also provide compression, efficiency, and collision and preimage resistance. Compression means that the length of the output should be small enough. Efficiency means that the output hash should be computed easily enough in terms of time and hardware resources. And collision and preimage resistance means to be secure enough. I'll go deeper into these 2 properties in a dedicated lecture where we'll talk about the attacks on hash algorithms. In this lecture, we'll talk about the applications of hash algorithms. You'll find hashes in many areas of computer science. Hashes are everywhere. They are a critical part of password systems, digital signatures, security certificates, blockchain technology, or even how the ATM of your bank verifies the PIN of your credit card when you want to withdraw some cash. Let's see the most useful use cases. Cryptographic hash functions are very commonly used in password verification. For security reasons, passwords are not stored in clear text. If an attacker was to break into the system and steal the file or the database where passwords are stored, the attacker could then access each user account. A more secure way to store a password is to transform it into data that cannot be converted back into the original password. And this is exactly what hashing does. So instead of saving the clear text password, the system will calculate its hash and store that hash. This is how Linux, Windows, databases, and all other web applications work. Let's see the contents of etc shadow. Let's take a look at this line. This is the saved hash of the password of user Kali. No one can find out what is its password. By the way, there is another dedicated lecture where I have explained in great detail how the Linux system stores the user's passwords. I'd recommend you to watch that video as well. Okay, later when the user wants to authenticate, he will enter his clear text password. The system will immediately calculate the hash of the entered password and compare it to the hash saved in the password file. If the hashes are equal, it means that the user has entered the correct password. Remember that each input, in this case password, has its own unique hash which is deterministic. A wrong password would have given another hash. Sometimes the password is combined to another piece of random data called salt. In this example, this is the salt, and hashed all together. Due to rainbow tables, hashing alone is not sufficient to protect passwords for mass exploitation. There is another section on rainbow tables, and I recommend you to watch those videos as well. Let's move on and talk about file integrity. Hashing is also used to verify the integrity of a file after it has been transferred from one place to another. When downloading an important document, new software, or when updating existing one, you want to ensure that your installation is safe, unaltered, and from a reputable source. Let's imagine you want to install a new Linux distribution on your computer. Normally, you go and download it from a mirror, which is an HTTP server closer to you geographically. It would be easy for a malicious entity to modify the installation kit so that it contains exploits or malware and host it unofficially. To prevent this issue, you'll generate the hash or checksum of your downloaded ISO file and verify that it matches the hash published on the official website. In this example with Kali Linux, this hash. If the hashes are equal, it confirms the ISO file hasn't been tampered with or corrupted. But if they are not equal, it means your downloaded image's integrity is compromised. Maybe it was corrupted during the download process. Remember that if a single bit is different in your downloaded file, the file has a different hash than the one calculated by the development team and published online. Let me show you how this works. I've already downloaded CentOS 8 boot ISO file and I want to check its integrity. It's on my desktop. This is the file. I want to be sure that the file hasn't been tampered with or corrupted. CentOS.org has listed checksum information via HTTPS in the release notes for each software release. My release is 8.1911 and this is the web page for that release. I will calculate the SHA-256 hash of the downloaded file and then compare the hash to the one published online. If they are the same, I have verified the integrity of the ISO file and I can install it without any risk. SHA-256, sum, and the file. It's calculating the hash. Okay, this is the hash. Let's check it against the hash published online. Okay, it starts with 7FEA, 1322B, and so on. It's the same hash. Another application of hashes is the process of digital signing. Hashing is a critical component of the digital signing process. In fact, the digital signature of a file is the hash of the file encrypted with the private key of the one that signs. Let's take a look at the digital certificate of google.com. We see that the certificate authority signed it by using the same SHA-256 and RSA algorithms. The last application of hashes I'm gonna talk about in this lecture is related to data structures of programming languages. Python dictionaries and sets or Go maps are implemented as hash tables. We won't go deeper into it now. You should only know that they provide constant time lookup and insertion time on average. Hello guys! Now that you know so much about hashes, let's move on and see what are the possible attacks on hash algorithms. There are three types of attacks on hash algorithms. A collision attack on a cryptographic hash tries to find two inputs producing the same hash value, hence the name hash collision. One of the properties of hash functions is that there is a unique hash for each input. So how could we have the same hash for more different inputs? Because a hash function can have an infinite number of inputs and a predefined output length, for example SHA-256 always produces a hash of 256 bits long, there is inevitably going to be the possibility of two different inputs that produce the same output hash. If two different inputs produce the same output hash, it is called a collision, which can then be exploited by any application that compares two hashes together, such as password hashes, file integrity checks, and so on. The odds of a collision are very low, especially for new and secure hash functions with very large output sizes. However, as available computational power increases, the ability to brute force hash collisions becomes more and more feasible. At this moment, in 2020, the SHA-2 family of hash algorithms are considered strong enough to be safe for the foreseeable future. If you are trying to perform a collision attack on SHA-256 or SHA-512 at a rate which is 1,000 times faster than the fastest computer in the world, you'll need a longer time than the age of the universe. However, old and obsolete hash algorithms like MD5 or SHA-1 are not considered secure anymore because it's trivial to find collisions. I'll show you an example of a collision of MD5 and a collision of SHA-1. Let's take a look at these two images. You notice for sure that they are completely different. Let's calculate their hashes using MD5. They are on my desktop directory in another directory called hash collisions. I am moving to that directory. Okay, so MD5 sum, plain.jpg and ship.jpg, the images. And surprise! We notice that even though the input is different, the output hash is the same. This is a collision of MD5. If I used another algorithm, I would get different hashes. Let's calculate their hashes using SHA-1. It's different. This is a collision only for MD5. Now, let's see another collision, this time of the SHA-1 algorithm. There are these two PDF files that display different content, yet have the same SHA-1 digest. This is the first PDF, and this is the second. Okay, these are the PDFs. Let's see their hashes, SHA-1 sum and the PDF files. They have the same hash. By the way, to find these two colliding files was not an easy job. It was the Shattered project led by Google Research Security in 2017. You can find more information here at shattered.io. The attack required the equivalent processing power of 6,500 years of single CPU computations. The team has spent 2 years developing the technique, and the cost of the resources involved was more than 130,000 US dollars at that time. Many collisions exist in all hash algorithms, but you cannot find any in a reasonable amount of time because it could take you years. I'll attach to this lecture the files that produce the collisions as a resource. Another attack on a hash algorithm is called first preimage attack, and it means to find a message that has a given hash value. If a simple collision means to find two messages that have the same hash, the first preimage attack means to find a message that has a given hash, and it's much harder to be performed, but also more destructive. Imagine someone has the hash of a password and finds a completely new password, not the correct one, that has the same hash as the good one. And the last attack is called the second preimage attack. It means that for a given message, you should find another message that has the same hash. This is also very destructive. Just imagine you have a very important document that you want to send to someone, and the hacker creates a second document that has the same hash. The shattered attack we've just seen is just a collision, not a preimage attack. In general, a collision attack is easier to be performed than a preimage attack, as it is not restricted by any set value. Any two values can be used to collide. In this lecture, I'll show you how to install and use VeraCrypt on Windows, which is a free open source full disk encryption solution. VeraCrypt is multi-platform software that can be installed on Windows, Mac, Linux, or even on FreeBSD. VeraCrypt is still under active development, with the latest encryption standards being supported. Let's see what are VeraCrypt main features. It encrypts an entire partition or storage device, such as a USB flash drive or a hard drive. It creates a virtual encrypted disk within a file and mounts it as a real disk. This is a file container, and it provides plausible deniability in case an adversary forces you to reveal the password. It provides hidden volumes, which is a type of steganography, and hidden operating systems. Let's get started. The first step is to download and install VeraCrypt as you would any other Windows application. It's recommended to check its digital signature before installing. Take a look at the GPG lecture where I've explained in detail how to verify a digital signature. And I'm downloading VeraCrypt. It's done. I'm clicking the exe file and following the instructions of the wizard. For convenience, I'll use all the default options. Okay, that's all. VeraCrypt has been successfully installed. Let's start the application. There is a shortcut on the desktop. In this video, I'll show you how to encrypt a USB disk. At this moment, I'm inserting a USB disk and I'll click on Create Volume. VeraCrypt Volume Creation Wizard pops up. VeraCrypt supports two different types of volumes. One is a virtual volume that looks and behaves like a regular file, but VeraCrypt can open it and access the files stored within it. Imagine an encrypted file that you mount and use like a drive letter in my computer. The other option encrypts an actual partition or device. The process for an encrypted file container is very similar. I have selected the second option and then I'll click on Next. In the next step, you need to choose whether to create a standard or hidden VeraCrypt volume. A hidden volume is the option of choice when you are afraid not to be forced to reveal the password. It implements the plausible deniability we've talked about in the introduction to full disk encryption. The principle is that a VeraCrypt hidden volume is created within another VeraCrypt volume, in the free space of the volume. Even when the outer volume is mounted, it should be impossible to prove whether there is a hidden volume within it or not. That's because the free space on any VeraCrypt volume is always filled with random data when the volume is created, and no part of the hidden volume can be distinguished from the random data. In this tutorial, I'll create a standard VeraCrypt volume, which is the default. The next step is to choose the volume location. This is in fact the disk or the partition we are going to encrypt. And I'll select the removable USB disk, this one. And next. At this point, I have to select the volume encryption mode. The first option will format and encrypt the volume, and any data on the device or partition will be lost. The second option will try to encrypt the files on the device on the fly, and you won't lose the data that's already on the device. This takes a longer time. However, if the device is empty, you choose the first option. In the next window, you can choose the symmetric algorithm used for encryption and the hash algorithm required in the process of encrypting the disk. If you want, you can compare the speed of each algorithm. If there is no reason to make a change, leave all options to their defaults. Advanced Encryption Standard, or AES, and SHA-512 are extremely secure algorithms. The volume size, the entire disk, and next. In this window, I'll set the volume encryption password. It's important to choose a strong password, which is a random combination of lower and uppercase letters, digits, and special characters. Use at least 14 or 16 characters for a good password. Another option is to use a key file, which can be any file. But if you want to use a key file instead of a password, my advice is to allow VeraCrypt to generate a random one. Here, in this window, using the key file generator. In this tutorial, I'll use a password. And I'll click on Next. If you think you'll store files that are larger than 4 GB, click this option. If not, leave it to the default. In this window, we'll choose how to format the drive. I'll select the file system as being FAT. FAT is good for compatibility. And I'll select Quick Format because I don't want to wait too long. Note that the Quick Format option comes with a small risk, which is in most cases acceptable. And I'm clicking on Format. This warning says that the disk will be erased and all data lost. So make a backup if you have any valuable data on the disk. This warning says that the disk will not be accessed with the same drive letter from now on. If, for example, the disk was accessed in my computer using drive letter D, it won't be accessed anymore using the original drive letter. Okay, that's all. The disk was formatted and encrypted. Now, let's mount and use the disk. I'll click on Select Device and then select the disk. In this case, XD. I'm selecting the drive and then a new letter for the encrypted volume. As I said, I cannot use the same drive letter. You can choose anything you want and I'll select A and mount it. And it's prompting for the encryption password. After entering the correct password, the encryption disk is available in my computer as drive letter A. This is the encrypted disk. Keep in mind that this is transparent encryption, which offers data at rest protection. Data on disk is protected through encryption only when the disk is not mounted. At this moment, when the disk is unlocked and mounted, there is no protection. Also note that when you insert the disk, the Windows operating system will not recognize it and want to format it. Let's see what's all about. I'm dismounting the disk, exit, and I'm inserting the USB disk again. Notice how Windows wants to format the disk. I'm clicking on Cancel, OK, and Cancel. I'm opening VeraCrypt, select the device, mount, and enter the password. The disk was unlocked and I can use it transparently. This is the encrypted disk. Let's get started. I'm gonna encrypt an entire USB stick using dmcrypt and LUKS. You should follow the same steps if you want to encrypt a hard disk partition or an external USB hard drive. The following commands will destroy all data on the disk and I recommend you to make a backup before continuing. Keep in mind that this is a full disk encryption solution for Linux-based operating systems, and if you want to access the encrypted disk on Windows or Mac, you must install another software. For example, on Windows, you should install LibreCrypt to access the encrypted drive. LibreCrypt is the only way to read LUKS volumes on Windows. The first step is to install Crypt Setup if it's not already there. Crypt Setup is a utility for setting up encrypted file systems using a device mapper and dencrypt. All following commands will be executed as root. So if you don't have crypt set up, you can install it using apt install crypt setup. Okay, it's upgrading crypt setup. On some Linux distributions like Fedora or CentOS, the name of the package is crypt setup -lux. The next step is optional but recommended and consists of filling the partition you want to encrypt with random data. This will ensure that the outside world will see this as random data and protect against disclosure of usage patterns. At this moment, I'm inserting the USB drive. If you are running Linux in a VM, you should see the USB drive in the properties of the VM at the USB section. So settings and USB. Here you should see the drive. USB flash drive. And if you don't see it there and you run VirtualBox, you should install VirtualBox extension pack. This piece of software. Okay, I've just inserted the USB drive. I'm waiting a few seconds and then I'll check the name of the newly inserted drive, fdisk-l. And its name is SDB. Probably in your case, another name could be displayed like SDC or SDD. If you want to encrypt only a partition, not the entire disk, use that partition's name. A partition's name always ends in a digit, like 1, 2, or 5 in this example. What is the most important is to use the correct name. Take care that if you use a wrong disk or partition name, all data on that disk or partition will be lost forever. The following command will remove all data on the disk or the partition you are encrypting. So make sure you have first backed up your data to an external source. So dd if from input file def u random. This is one way of generating random data. And output file equals /def/sdb, the name of the drive. And status equals progress. The operation will take a few minutes depending on the size of your disk. In this example, I'm stopping it. I'm pressing Ctrl+C. The next step will initialize the LUX partition and set the initial passphrase, either via prompting or via key file. In this example, we'll use a passphrase. The command will fail if the partition is already mounted, so please unmount it if it's the case. So crypt setup -y-v LUX format, use the camel case notation, and the name of the drive, /dev sdb. -y option is used to interactively ask for a passphrase or to ask for it twice and complain if both inputs do not match. And -v comes from verbose. This will overwrite data on SDB irrevocably. I'm typing uppercase yes. And I'm entering a passphrase. After verifying the passphrase, it displays command successful. The next step is to open the encrypted device and set up a mapping name after successful verification of the supplied passphrase. The mapping device file will be in /dev/mapper. So crypt setup lux open /dev sdb, the drive, and the name of the mapper file. You can write anything you want. Let's say secret data. And I'm entering the passphrase. The command has created a mapping between the disk and the special device file called secret data in dev mapper, here. This is the file. It's in fact a symlink to dm-0 to this file. We notice this is a special block device. You can use the following command to see the status of the mapping: crypt setup status and the name of the mapping, secret data. You are seeing the symmetric encryption algorithm used, the length of the key, and much more. Next, we'll format the file system. Make file system.ext4 dev mapper secret data. ext4 is the most used file system for Linux. Okay, and it takes a few seconds. 10-20 seconds, depending on the disk size. And it's over. Finally, we mount the encrypted file system to the main file tree, like this. Mount dev mapper secret data and an existing directory, let's say mnt. At this point, you can use the mounted disk normally. You copy, move, or erase files on the disk as with any other disk. The content of the disk will be in /mnt. You can also create a new directory and mount the encrypted disk to that directory, like this. I'm creating a directory in /root secret data, and I'm mounting the encrypted disk to that directory. I can access dev mapper secret data, so the encrypted disk, both in mnt and root secret data. By the way, in Linux you can mount a storage device or a disk on more directories. The encryption is transparent and you won't notice anything. And once again, data is protected at rest or when the disk is not mounted. At this moment, when the disk is mounted, it can be accessed normally by anyone. A hacker could run an exploit and connect using SSH to your machine and steal all your data. But once you unmount the disk, data will be inaccessible. Let's see how to unmount the disk. Unmount mnt and unmount root secret data. After unmounting the directory, we must also close the lux volume. Crypt setup lux close secret data. This is the name of the mapper file, the file in dev mapper. Okay, now the disk is protected. Next time when you want to access the disk, you just run crypt setup lux open and mount, like this. This is the mapper file and I can write anything I want, like secret. I am entering the passphrase and the disk was unlocked. This is the mapper file, and mount dev mapper in root secret data, the directory I've just created. Sorry, it's dev mapper secret. I am creating a file on the encrypted disk. If you are using a graphical interface, it's also probable that the Linux operating system will recognize the disk when inserted and prompt you automatically for the passphrase. Don't forget that any storage media fails and backup is mandatory for encrypted data as well. Of course, if the data has any worth. In this video, we'll discuss full disk encryption using dmcrypt and LUKS. Mobile devices, such as mobile phones, tablets, and laptops, or even USB sticks, have the unfortunate property of being lost or stolen easily. This can be disastrous for a company if a device is lost or stolen while containing sensitive information like intellectual property. According to different statistics, between 40 and 50% of breaches occurred due to stolen laptops or other storage devices. Just because a laptop is password protected, files are not necessarily safe from unauthorized access. Hackers can easily boot the computer from a USB drive and then access all the files on the computer. As I suppose you already know, there are a lot of ways of recovering the root or admin password. HTTPS, SSH, and other encrypted protocols protect data that's in transit across a network, while full disk encryption, also known as data at rest protection, protects data that's at rest on disk. Full disk encryption also differs from file encryption in that the latter only encrypts the individual files you specify for encrypting. Full disk encryption is a cryptographic method that applies encryption to the entire hard drive, including data, files, the operating system, and software programs. In this lecture, I'll show you how to fully encrypt your drive partitions using dmcrypt and LUKS, which is the standard for encrypting disks on Linux. dmcrypt is a feature-rich and very efficient in terms of resource consumption. It can also be configured to encrypt write volumes and LVM physical volumes. dmcrypt is a kernel-level encryption mechanism which offers transparent disk encryption. This means that the files are immediately available without any additional interaction after mounting. I myself, for example, have a very large external hard drive and use it to back up all my professional and personal information. It's encrypted using dmcrypt and LUKS, which is extremely secure, and if I lose it or gets stolen, no one can access my private photos or documents. A common concern surrounding full disk encryption is the fear that the encryption and decryption process will cause a noticeable slowdown of processor speed. It's not the case with new hardware and dmcrypt. dmcrypt and LUKS also offer plausible deniability, which is an important concept when it comes to disk encryption. In short, it means that you can do or have something and nobody can suspect or prove that, if you don't admit it, of course. And then you can deny having or doing that thing if someone wants to accuse you because nobody can prove it. In case of disk encryption, the plausible deniability property means that if you have an encrypted disk, no one can prove that's encrypted. Of course, if you don't admit it. And as a logical consequence, You cannot be forced to decrypt the disk. So we know that dencrypt is a kernel module used for encryption. But what is LUKS? LUKS is short for Linux Unified Key System and has been invented to standardize key setup. While most disk encryption software implements different incompatible formats, LUKS implements a platform-independent standard on disk format for use in various tools. With LUKS, all information like the master encryption key or headers needed for the encryption are saved on the partition that's encrypted. Okay, this was a short introduction to full disk encryption using dencrypt and LUKS. Also note that this is a Linux solution. In the following lecture, I'll show you live how to set up an encrypted USB stick. See you in a second. In this lecture, I'll show you how to encrypt a file using GPG. There are two types of encryption: symmetric aka private key encryption and asymmetric or public key encryption. As we've seen from the output of GPG --help, GPG supports many different encryption algorithms. However, the most commonly known ones are Advanced Encryption Standard or AES for symmetric encryption and RSA or ECDSA for asymmetric encryption. Note that ECDSA stands for Elliptic Curve Digital Signature Algorithm and is starting to replace RSA. For example, the Bitcoin cryptocurrency uses ECDSA. Let's see how to encrypt a file using symmetric encryption. Then, the file can be decrypted by anyone who has the password or the passphrase. This can be useful just for encrypting your own sensitive files locally or to encrypt a file before sending it to someone else. If you choose to send the encrypted file to someone else over an unsecure channel like the internet, you'll have to make sure that you find a more secure channel to send him the passphrase. The exchange of the shared password in a secure manner can be problematic sometimes. There are two formats of output you can get: binary and text. The binary version will take up less space, but the ASCII or text version is preferable when you want to transport it as text, like say pasting it into an email. GPG can encrypt any file type, but for this example, I'll take a text file. I've already created a simple text file called secret.txt. This is its contents. And I'm executing gpg -c secret.txt and it's prompting for a passphrase. Use something complex, at least 12-14 random characters, including digits and special characters, or 6 random words. Just for this example, I'll use something simple to write it fast. And in the same directory, a new file has appeared. This is the encrypted file in binary form, secret.txt.gpg. Let's see its contents. It's random gibberish. By default, GPG uses AES 256 as the encryption algorithm. This is very secure, but if you want to change it for any reason, you can use the --cipher -algo option. To check what are the available symmetric algorithms, execute gpg --version. The symmetric encryption algorithms available are in the cipher section. For the next example, let's choose Blowfish, which is, by the way, a very strong algorithm. I also want to specify manually the name of the output file, and I'm executing gpg-c cipher -algo, the name of the algorithm, blowfish, -o, and the name of the output file. For example, secret_blowfish.txt.gpg, and the file that will be encrypted, secret.txt. It's asking for the passphrase, and I'm entering the passphrase or the password. And a new file named secret_blowfish.txt.gpg has appeared in the current working directory. After encrypting your file, if you want to keep it for storage, don't forget to erase the clear text version. This file. You could use the shred command instead of rm because it overwrites the file to hide its contents and then deletes it. This will make it very hard for anyone who wants to recover the deleted file. Something like this: shred -vu -n100 secret.txt. The file was overwritten 100 times and then deleted. When you want to decrypt your file, you execute gpg-o, the name of the clear text file that will be created, secret.txt, -d, and the name of the encrypted file, secret.txt.gpg. There is a new file called secret.txt in the current working directory. It has automatically determined if it was symmetrically encrypted, the encryption algorithm, or if it was encrypted asymmetrically with something like RSA or ECDSA, and it needs to look for a private key. Maybe you wonder, why didn't it ask for any passphrase? The answer is that GPG uses by default a software component called GPG agent. This is its man page. GPG agent runs as a daemon and manages secret or private keys. It's running as a daemon in the background. So for this session, the GPG daemon is keeping a copy of the passphrase securely in the RAM. You can make it forget the passphrase like this: echo reload agent in uppercase letters, pipe gpg -connect -agent. Or if you want to manually terminate the currently running agent, you can execute gpg-conf --kill gpg agent. Now, if I try to decrypt the same file, it will ask for the passphrase. Let's run the command that decrypts the file. This one. And it's asking for the passphrase. Let's move on and see how to create an ASCII format output instead of binary. As I said, it is useful when you want to use the encrypted message in text-based applications like pasting it somewhere. To produce an encrypted ASCII format, all you have to do is to add -a or --armor option to the GPG command like this: gpg -c a and the clear text file that will be encrypted, secret.txt. And the resulting encrypted file is secret.txt in the current working directory. All the options we have seen in the previous examples are still available. This is a text file. This is the encrypted file. And you decrypt it as usual. gpg-d secret.txt.asc. And it was decrypted. This is the contents of the file. Remember that GPG agent kept a copy of the passphrase in the RAM. Okay, that's all about symmetric or private key encryption using GPG. In the next lecture, we'll move to asymmetric or public key encryption. See you in a second. Hello guys and welcome. We'll start talking about GNU Privacy Guard or GPG. GNU Privacy Guard is a cryptographic tool that helps you manage public and private keys as well as perform encryption and decryption, both symmetric and asymmetric, signing and verifying operations. In my opinion, GPG is the most popular cryptographic tool and offers the highest level of security. If you want to encrypt a file and to be sure that no one will ever access it, GPG is your tool of choice. Of course, this is debatable. Note that GPG is not a cryptographic protocol, but it implements the same cryptographic protocols everyone uses. You'll find SHA-2 hash algorithms family, advanced encryption standard used for symmetric encryption, or RSA used for public key encryption. It's somehow similar to OpenSSL, just that its main purpose is a little bit different. GNU-PG is an open source implementation of OpenPGP or Pretty Good Privacy as defined in RFC 4880. Let's start with the installation. Depending on your platform, you can install the GPG command line tool with the following commands. On macOS, the easiest installation is to use the popular package manager Homebrew. In a terminal, you just type brew install GNU-PG. On Windows, you can find the GNU-PG installer at this address, gpg4win.org. In this example, I'm gonna use Linux. Most Linux distributions like Ubuntu Linux Mint, Kali Linux, and so on come with GPG already installed. But if it's necessary, you can install it by executing sudo apt install GNU-PG. On Kali Linux, GNU-PG is already the newest version. To get started and make sure it is installed correctly, run gpg --help. It printed out the version number, supported encryption and hash algorithms, and all the usage options. You see, it's a very complex command. This will give you an overview of all the features of GPG. Okay, I'll take a short break, and in the next lectures we'll see how to encrypt a file using both symmetric and asymmetric encryption. Let's move on and see how to unlock LUKS encrypted drives with a key file. Decrypt and LUKS enabled devices may hold up to 10 different key files or passwords. In the last lecture, we've encrypted the USB disk using a passphrase. So, next to having the already set up password, we are going to add a secret key file as an additional authorization method. Let's generate the key file. There are more approaches, but I'll choose the easiest one. I'm gonna use the dd command and dev urandom to generate a random key. So dd if dev urandom output file equals /root, let's say key file. the name of the file. Bytes 124 and count 4. This will create a file with random content with the size of 4096 bits, which is like a 30-40 character password. By the way, you can use any file as key file, but I think one with a random content is a very good and secure one. Perfect. This is the random key file. It's not an ASCII file. Optionally, for extra security, you can encrypt the key file symmetrically using GPG. And I will make the key file readable only by root. If a hacker gets access to the key file, that user, the hacker, is already logged in as root, and you have a bigger problem anyway. Change mode, 400, and the file. These are the right permissions for the file. We have a USB disk that's already set up for decrypt and locks, and it was encrypted using a password. I'm going to add the key file as an additional authorization method. Crypt setup, locks add key, the name of the drive, /dev/sdb. Don't forget to use the correct name. I want to check it again. I must be root. Okay, its name is SDB. And the path to the key file, root key file. And I'm prompting to enter an existing password to unlock the drive. This is the password from the previous lecture when we've set up the drive. And it's done. The key was added as an additional authorization method. Now the drive is locked, so let's try to unlock it using the secret key, the secret file. Crypt setup, locks open, the name of the disk, /dev/sdb, the name of the mapper file, let's say secret, and then --key -file, and the correct path to the key file, /root key file. And it was unlocked. I can mount the encrypted partition anywhere on the main file system and use it normally. Public key cryptography or asymmetric cryptography is a cryptographic system that uses pairs of keys, public keys which are made public and private keys which are known only to the owner. The public and the private keys are related, and there isn't a known way to generate the private key from the public key. Data encrypted with the private key can only be decrypted with the public key and vice versa. In such a system, any person can encrypt a message using the receiver's public key, but that encrypted message can only be decrypted with the receiver's private key. For example, if I want to send you an encrypted message, I need your public key to encrypt the message. Being encrypted with your public key, the message can be decrypted only with the private key of the key pair, and you are the only person that possesses the key. Note that the length of keys of asymmetric encryption algorithms are much larger than the length of the keys of symmetric algorithms without being more secure. For example, an AES key of 128 bits and an RSA key of 3000 72 bits, both have a similar strength. You cannot compare the key length of symmetric and asymmetric encryption algorithms easily. Let's get started with a hands-on example. To make it crystal clear, I'll start it from scratch. There are two users that want to exchange secret information or files, and they will encrypt them asymmetrically. Symmetric encryption is not viable because there is no secure way to exchange a secret, a shared key. Each user will generate a key pair, keep the secret key private, and publish the public key on a public key server. Let's generate the key pair for each user. gpg --gen -key. I'll use a passphrase to lock the private key. Perfect. And I'm publishing the public key to pgp.mit.edu key server. The last lecture was all about key servers and distributing the keys. Take a look again if you feel the need. Let's see the key ID. gpg --list keys --key ID -format long. This is the key ID. I'll use it to publish the key on the key server. So gpg --key server hkp, this is not mandatory, :// pgp.mit.edu -send -keys and the key ID. Okay, it's pgp, not gpg. Sorry, pgp. Perfect. The key was sent. And I'll do the same for the second user. Each user needs its own key pair. Now I'm generating the key pair of the user and publish the public key on the key server. Okay, at this moment, each user has a public and a private key. The public key is on the server and the private key is kept secret locally. The next step is to import the other user's public key in the GPG keyring. This is necessary if you want to send encrypted files to the other user. Of course, if only the first user will send encrypted message to the second user, then only the first user needs to import the public key of the second user. In this example, only the user on Kali will send encrypted message to the other user, to this one. To import a public key, you need either the public key in a text file or the key ID to download it from the key server. Of course, if it was published there. In this example, the user on Kali will import the public key from the key server. To do that, the user needs the key ID. We suppose he has received it by email or by any other means. This is the key ID. So gpg --key server pgp.mit.edu -receive recv and the key ID. Okay, the public key of the second user was imported. Note that it needs some time for the server to synchronize after receiving the key. So after sending the key, you must wait a minute or two until you can import the key in another terminal or on another machine. If you don't have the key ID, you can search for a key by the owner's name or email address like this. --search -keys and a string to search. Let's take the user's email address. And it found the key. This command will print a list of matching results and you enter the number next to the one you want to import. I've already imported the key, so I'll press on Q from quit. Let's list the public keys in the keyring. gpg --list -keys. Okay, there are two public keys, my own public key and the other user's public key. Let's move on and encrypt a file for the second user asymmetrically using the public key of the second user. Let's see the key ID. Okay, and I'm writing gpg -e from encrypt. You can write -c or --encrypt, it's the same. -r and the recipient's key ID. In this case is the ID of the second user's key. And the file I want to encrypt. I'll create a new file in another terminal here. Yeah, in the gpg directory, I'm creating a simple file, let's say secret information and an output redirection. For example, message.txt. Okay, this is the file. So message.txt. And it wants me to confirm that I want to use that key. This warning is normal in this case. In the same directory, a new binary file has appeared, message.txt.gpg. This is a binary file. It was asymmetrically encrypted. If you want to encrypt and store in ASCII format, you must add --armor or -a option like this. -a from armor or --armor, it's the same. And the encrypted file resulted is message.txt.asc from ASCII and is a text or ASCII file. This is the file. Note that both binary and ASCII versions decrypt the same way. Now the user will send the encrypted message to the other user on an unsecured channel like the public internet. In this example, I'll transfer the encrypted file to the second user using SCP. SCP uses SSH and it's an encrypted connection, but I could also use an unencrypted one like HTTP or FTP. I'm using SCP only because it's already set up and it's working. I don't want to set up an FTP server for that. Let's see the IP address of the other Linux machine. So SCP, the encrypted file or files. I'll copy both encrypted files. The name of the user on the other machine, student, and the IP address. And the local path where to copy the files in its home directory. Okay, there is an extra 0. It was a typo. Okay, this is the correct address. And the user's password. And the encrypted files were copied. These are the files. The recipient has the encrypted files and wants to decrypt them using its own private key. He's the only person in the world that has the private key, so only he can decrypt the files. And he runs gpg -d or --decrypt and the name of the encrypted file. Let's take the binary one, this one. It's asking for the passphrase that will unlock the private key, and I'm entering the passphrase. And we see the contents of the file. Secret information. This was the contents of the file. This command didn't create a new file. It printed out the file contents at the terminal. If you want to create a new file, you can simply add -o from output and the name of the file. For example, message.txt. The file was decrypted and a new file was created. The other file, the ASCII one, decrypts the same way. I'm overwriting the file. That's all about asymmetric encryption. Thank you. Let's talk about distributing the keys. Someone's public key is needed when you want to send that person an encrypted message or to check the digital signature of the key owner. Ideally, you distribute your public key by personally giving it to your correspondents. In practice, however, keys are often distributed by email, which is good practice when you have only a few correspondents. But if you have many correspondents, it's easier to post your public key on a website. This is unacceptable, however, if people who need your public key do not know where to find it on the web. To solve this problem, public key servers are used to collect and distribute public keys. A public key received by the server is added to the server's database, and when a key request comes to the server consults its database and returns the requested public key if found. Let's see how it works. Imagine you've just downloaded the CentOS ISO and digital signature files and you want to check the signature. To do that, you need the public signing key of CentOS, and on the official website, you found out its ID. Your next logical step is to import the key with that ID from a key server. And I execute gpg --key server, the name of the key server pgp.mit.edu --recv from receive and the key ID. I found the key ID on the CentOS website. Perfect. The public signing key of CentOS was imported in the keyring. X in the keyring. Now, if you want to publish your public key on a key server where everyone can find it, you simply execute gpg --key server hkp : // and the domain of the key server pgp.mit.edu --send keys and the key ID. Let's see in another terminal what's the key ID. This is my key ID. Copy and paste here. Okay, sorry, there is a mistake. The name of the key server is pgp.mit.edu, not gpg. This is its name. My public key was published on the key server. pgp.mit.edu is one of the most used public key servers in the world. There are also other public key servers, and most of them belong to a pool of key servers that gets synchronized. That means that when you publish your key on a server, after a while, the key will be automatically copied on all other servers in the pool, and the request to any of the servers will get the key. Note that there is also a graphical interface that can be used to submit a new public key or to search for an existing key using its ID. pgp.mit.edu. And I can paste here my public key ID, the ID of the key I've just submitted. And the key is already on the server. Let's see the key. This is the public key. I want to check it. That's the same key that is stored locally. Let's list the key. So gpg --export --armor and the key ID. Okay, this is the public key. And we notice it's the same key. Here in the search box, don't forget to prefix the key ID with 0x, which comes from hexadecimal. That's all about GNU-PG key management for the moment. Thank you. When it comes to public key cryptography, there are private and public keys which are related. You can share your public key with anyone, but you must keep your private key secure. If someone gets your private key in clear text, the encryption is compromised. Let's start by creating a new key pair. You can generate as many key pairs as you want. gpg --gen -key. And the standard dialog for generating the key pair pops up. To generate the key, I have to enter my name and my email address. Let's say Andrei and andrei@somedomain.com. To help safeguard my key, GNU Privacy Guard does not store my private key in clear text on the disk. Instead, it encrypts it using a symmetric encryption algorithm. That is why it's prompting for a passphrase. Thus, there are two barriers an attacker must cross to access my private key. He must actually acquire the key, and he must get past the encryption. And I'm writing a password. This is just for this test, but you should use a passphrase that is at least 8 characters long. The private and the public keys were generated. Maybe you wonder where the keys are saved. All GPG keys are stored in what is called a keyring. On Linux, this is a hidden directory called .gnupg in the user's home directory. This one. On Windows, the keys are saved in a directory called gnupg in the app data directory of the user. Note that app data is a hidden directory on Windows. Running gpg ---- version like this will show you the path being used. This is where the keyring is saved. Let's take a look at the public keys stored in the keyring gpg --list -keys. I listed my public key and other people's public key I have imported into the keyring. And if I want to list my own private key, I execute gpg --list -secret keys. I see the public key cryptographic algorithm used, which is in this case RSA 3072. The generation and the expiration dates, and the key fingerprint. GPG provides a unique identifier for each key pair. There is both a short and a long GPG key ID, which consists of 8 hexadecimal digits for the short ID and of 16 hex digits for the long version. This ID is important when you want to perform operations like importing or exporting the keys. You can find it adding the --key ID -format to the GPG command that lists the keys like this. --key ID -format short. This is the short ID of the key, and the long ID like this. This is the long ID of the key. Having the key pair ID, we can export the keys in binary or ASCII form. Let's export the private key into text or ASCII format in order to back it up somewhere. gpg -export -secret -keys --armor and the key ID. It's prompting for the passphrase, and it has printed out the private key. This is the private key. This very long string. If you want to save it to a file, you use the output redirection operator. Greater than, let's say private.asc from ASCII. Perfect. This is the private key. It was saved into a file. If you want to export the public key, you use a very similar command. Instead of export secret keys, I use only export. And I redirect the public key to a file called public.pub. This is the public key. The exported keys can be imported back into the GPG keyring later. Let's move on and see how to delete a private key from the local storage. gpg -delete -secret -keys and the key ID. There is a typo, keys. And it wants a confirmation. One more time, and delete key. Once you delete a key, there is no way to recover it. The private key was deleted, but the public key was not. If I execute gpg --list keys, I'll see the public key in the keyring. To delete a public key, I have to execute gpg -delete -keys, and of course the key ID. It's the same key ID. gpg -list -keys will display an empty keyring. Let's go ahead and see how to import a public or a private key into the GPG keyring from a file. Most of the time you import your private key on a new computer or after a fresh install. On the other hand, somebody else's public key is imported to send him an encrypted message or to verify a digital signature. The next command is the same for importing both public and private keys, gpg import, and the path to the private key file. In this case, it's private.asc. And it was imported. You can import the private key without asking for the passphrase, adding the ---- option like this. First, I'll delete the key. And I'll import the private key again, adding ---- option. And it was imported without asking for the passphrase. And finally, let's import the public key, gpg import public.pub, the public key file. It was imported. Okay, that's all. In the next lecture, we'll discuss GPG key servers. Hello and welcome. In this video, I'll show you how to keep your notes and text files secure using EncryptPad. EncryptPad is just an open source text editor with an encryption function. What makes it different from other editors is that it's extremely easy to use, exportable, and multi-platform. There are versions for Windows, Linux, or Mac OS. EncryptPad protects text files, images, videos, or archives with passwords, key files, or even both. In today's world, plain text is an easy target. Think of it this way. If you are to keep sensitive information in plain text on your laptop or on a USB stick and then lose them or they got stolen, whoever will possess them would be able to read all of the unencrypted contents of your drive. Of course, there are many other good and secure tools that can encrypt your files, for example, GPG. Just that it's not handy at all to encrypt the text file after each modification, erase the clear text version of the file, and decrypt it again later on when you want to see or edit the file. EncryptPad not only does this on the fly, but does it very well. It uses advanced encryption standard for symmetric encryption and SHA-256 for integrity check, and the file format is compatible with GPG, which is one of the most well-known encryption tools. Okay, let's get started. I'll install EncryptPad on Linux Mint following the steps on the official website. I'll go to Downloads and then choose the latest release. Here on this page, you see the versions for Windows, Linux, or macOS. And I'll follow the link for details on Linux installation. I'll install it on Linux Mint via PPA. You should follow the same steps for Ubuntu as well. First, I'm adding the new repository. I'm becoming root, sudo su, and I'm pasting that line. And then apt update and apt install encryptpad and encrypt CLI. Okay, it's installing. You can also copy and then paste this line, this command. Okay, it's over. It was installed. Let's open EncryptPad. This is EncryptPad. We notice it's a normal text editor like Notepad or Notepad++, just that the text file will be encrypted. Let's play around with it. I am writing something inside the file. Let's suppose this is a secret. Before saving the file, you must set a passphrase. Set passphrase. Use something complex, at least 12 or 14 random characters, including digits and special characters, or 6 to 8 random words. Just for this example, I'll use something simple to write it fast. Okay, and I'm saving the file on my desktop. EncryptPad supports two encrypted file formats, GPG and EPD. The GPG file type is for well-known OpenGPG format and is compatible with other OpenGPG tools. You can use it when opening a file even if EncryptPad is not available. For this example, I'll choose the EncryptPad format and save. Let's go to my desktop. If I try to open the file using a command like cat or less, or an editor like Notepad, Notepad++ or Vim, you'll see random gibberish. The file was encrypted using advanced encryption standard. This is the contents of the file. X encrypted. Later, when I want to open the file using EncryptPad, it will ask for the passphrase. I am writing the correct passphrase. Okay, this is the file. If you want to use a private key for the symmetric encryption instead of a passphrase, it's simple. You just click on Generate Key and then choose a key path, which is the directory where the key will be saved. Let's choose the desktop directory and the key will be named my key. And save. And OK. The next step, which is optional, is to choose a passphrase that will be used to encrypt the secret key. This is double protection because even if a hacker somehow using an exploit gets your key, that will be of no use without the passphrase. And OK. Do you want to use the generated key for this file? And I'll choose no. I want to save it as another file also on my desktop. Let's say my secret 1. And I'll set the encryption key for the newly created file. This is the key, open, and OK. And I'm entering the passphrase for the key. Perfect. Later, when I want to open the file, I will need both the key and the passphrase. It's asking for the encryption key. I'm selecting my key, open, and OK. And the passphrase for the key. And this is the file. Take care not to lose any of them, as there isn't a known way to recover your data. The file will be forever lost. In this lecture, I want to show you how to symmetrically encrypt a file for a recipient and sign it in one step. This will attach the signature to the encrypted file. To asymmetrically encrypt a file, you need the public key of the recipient. He will decrypt the message with the corresponding private key. We've seen a lot of examples in the previous lectures. I'm creating a new file called topsecret.txt. I'm using an output redirection. You can create the file in any way you want. This is the file. I'm gonna encrypt and sign the file for the other user on Kali Linux. I've already imported its public key in the GPG keyring. Let's see the keyring. gpg -- list keys. This is the public key. Let's see its ID. And the key ID on the other machine. We notice that this public key is also in the GPG keyring of the user on Kali Linux. And I'm executing gpg -e -r and the key ID. -r comes from recipient. --sign and the file. It's asking for a confirmation and I'm choosing yes. The file will be signed with my private key, so I must unlock it. The generated file called topsecret.txt.gpg is encrypted and contains the signature of the original file. Let's transfer the encrypted and signed file to the recipient, the one that has the private key, to decrypt it. This is the IP address, and I'm checking if SSH is running. I'm gonna copy the file using SCP, and SCP uses SSH. I'm starting SSH. systemctl start SSH. SSH is running. So SCP, the file, Kali, the user, at the IP address of the server. And the file was copied. It's in the home directory of user Kali here. This is the file. It's encrypted and signed. Let's decrypt and verify the signature of the file. So gpg --decrypt and the name of the file, topsecret.txt.gpg. The file will be decrypted with the private key and I must unlock it. -d or -- decrypt option will automatically verify the signature if there is one, detect if the symmetric or asymmetric encryption was used, choose the appropriate private key if available, and prompts for the passphrase if the encryption was symmetric and the private key is locked with a passphrase. Okay, perfect. This is the information, the clear text content of the file, top secret information, and the signature is good. If you want to create a new file that contains only the content, you add -o or -- output option, like this. Perfect. It's a good signature, and a new file called file.txt was created. It contains the secret content. The same content. A digital signature is a mathematical scheme for verifying the authenticity of digital messages or documents. A valid digital signature gives a recipient a very strong reason to believe that the message was created by the known sender, this is what authentication means, and that the message was not altered in transit. Or, in simple words, if someone receives a message or downloads a file that is digitally signed, he knows that the message was really created by the sender and not spoofed by a hacker, and that the message was not tampered with or corrupted. But what is a digital signature? A digital signature of a file is the hash of that file encrypted with the private key of the user that signs. That's all. You can encrypt and sign a message or just sign a message without encrypting it. You do that when you want to share something in plain text or make a public post that everyone can read, but you want to include a signature to prove you are the original author and that your message is not altered in transit. If you don't encrypt the message, there is no confidentiality and it only proves integrity and authenticity of the message. In the real world, there are a lot of messages that are not confidential, like for example applications or software updates. They only need to be signed, not encrypted. Let's see the first type of a signature, which is called clear text signature. The document is not encrypted, only signed, and the signature is appended to the end of the document. This is very useful for text files or emails. This is the file I want to sign, and I'll rename it to secret.txt. Let's take this file and sign it. GPG -- clear sign and the name of the file. I'm signing with my private key, so I must unlock it. The command generated a clear text file that contains the signature at the end. Let's see its contents. secret.txt.asc. It's an ASCII file. This is the contents of the file and the signature. This is useful for pasting it into an email or posting it online. If you are not interested in generating a text file, you can use the -- sign option the same way, like this. And the resulting file is a binary one. This binary file is not encrypted, only signed. This command, gpg -- sign and the name of the file, compressed the file and then generates a new binary file called secret.txt.gpg. It contains both the file contents and the signature. So until this point, we have signed the file in two ways. We've generated an ASCII file and a binary file. And the last type of signature is called detached signature. The signature of the file will be in a separate file. Let's see the command gpg -- detach -sig -- output, the name of the file that contains the signature. Let's say secret.txt.sig, and the file I am signing, secret.txt. This is the signature. It's a binary file. Or if you want to have the signature in ASCII format, you add the -a or --armor option like this. This was the command, and I'm adding -armor or -a. And the resulting file will be secret1.txt.asc. There is already a file called secret.txt.asc, and I do not want to overwrite it. That's why I'm using the name secret1. And this is the signature in ASCII format. Let's copy the files to the other Linux machine using SCP. The other user will verify the signatures. So SCP, the files, and I'll copy all signatures. The user, the IP address, and the path where the files will be copied in the home directory. And they are copied. These three files. Each file contains the content and the signature. Remember that the files were not encrypted, only signed. To verify a digital signature, you always need three things. The file to verify, it's here. The digital signature of the file, it's in the same file. And the public key of the one that signed. Let's see if we have the public key of the user that signed in the GPG keyring. It's not there. I must import the public key of this user. This is the key ID, and I'll import the key from the key server on this machine. In the last lecture, I've published both public keys on the key server, so this key is there. Copy and GPG --key server pgp.mit.edu --receive and the key ID. The key was imported. Now the user can verify the signature. Given a signed document, you can either check the signature or check the signature and recover the original document. To check the signature, use the --verify option, like this, gpg --verify, and the name of the file that contains both the file's contents and the signature. secret.txt.asc. And this is a good signature. We can assume that the file comes from the real user and was not changed in transit. To verify the signature of the other file, the binary one, I'll use the same command. And it's a good signature. The signature is good, but I've got this message, this warning. This key is not certified with a trusted signature. Is that okay? And the answer is that in these conditions, the warning is okay. A trusted signature is a signature from a key that you trust, either because you have personally verified that it belongs to the person to whom it claims to belong, or because it has been signed by a key that you trust, maybe through a series of intermediate keys. In our case, we've just imported the key from the key server without any other verification. This level of security is enough in most cases. Another option is to verify the signature and extract the document. We'll use the --decrypt option like this, gpg --decrypt or -d, it's the same, and the name of the file that contains the clear text contents and the signature, secret.txt.asc. And we see the content of the file and that the signature was good. The command printed out the content of the file at the terminal. If you want to create another file with that clear text content, you can use an output redirection like this, or the --output option. Let's say secret.txt. This is the signature, and this is secret.txt, the initial file. The file I have signed. Let's see how to verify the detached signature. Remember that secret1.txt.asc is a detached signature. There's only the signature. To verify a detached signature, you execute gpg --verify, the name of the signature file, and the name of the file in clear text. This one. And we've got a good signature. Welcome back. Now that you have enough knowledge about how steganography works, let's get started with the practical part. I'll show you a tool called StegHide, which is a steganography program that is able to hide data in various types of image and audio files like JPEG, BMP, WAV, or AU file formats. StegHide uses a graph theoretic approach to steganography and can be installed on Linux, Windows, or macOS. On Kali Linux or any other Debian-based distribution, you can simply install StegHide by executing apt install StegHide. Okay, it was installed. We notice that it has a lot of options. In this example, img.jpg will be the cover file and Julius_Caesar.txt the embedded file. I want to embed or to hide this txt file in the JPEG image. At first, the secret data is compressed and encrypted. Then, a sequence of positions of pixels in the cover file is created based on a pseudo-random number generator initialized with the passphrase. The secret data will be embedded in the pixels at those positions. If those positions do not need to be changed because they already contain the correct value by chance, are sorted out. For audio files, the algorithm is the same, except that audio samples are used instead of pixels. By default, encryption algorithm is Advanced Encryption Standard, which is an extremely strong encryption algorithm. If you want to dive deeper into how StegHide works, read Xman page. This is Xman page. You'll find here a lot of information. For the following example, I have as a cover file the same picture you've already seen in the previous lecture. I took it by myself using my phone. Inside this picture, I'll embed the tragedy of Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. I've downloaded it from the Gutenberg project as a text file. This is the Shakespeare's play. I recommend you to have both files in the same directory, the directory where you'll execute StegHide. I have them in the home directory of Kali user in another directory called stego. In the steganography process, the cover file will be changed, so I'll make a copy of it. I want to have the original as well. So cp, the file, and the copy will be named img_original. Now both images are the same, and we can always check this by calculating their hashes. Like this. It's the same hash, so the files have the same contents. Let's see what's the capacity of the carrier file, the cover file. StegHide info img.jpg. And we see its capacity, almost 140 kilobytes. Let's embed the secret file into the cover file. StegHide embed -cf from cover file and the cover file -ef from embedded file and the embedded file, and that's all. I'm hitting enter. Now it's asking for a passphrase. Always use a strong password of at least 12 random characters or if you use a passphrase, use at least 6 or 7 random words. Okay, it's done. The secret file was embedded. Now let's open both images. This is the modified image, the one that contains the secret. And this one is the original file. I'm switching between them. They look the same to the naked eye. How could someone detect that there is a secret message hidden in such a file? The easiest way is to compare the stego file, the file that contains the message, to the original file using a hash algorithm. There are changed bits in the stego file, so its hash will be different. Let's see their hashes. And it's different. We notice that the hashes of these two files are different, so that means the files are different. But if it's so simple to detect the existence of a hidden message, what's the purpose of steganography after all? In this example, I have created a copy of the original image on purpose to make my point and show you this. But in a real-world steganography use case, you should always use unique images. There should be no original image that someone can compare the stego file to. Any image that is taken using a digital camera is theoretically unique. You cannot take the same image again. There will be a small difference in light, colors, and so on. Or a print screen could be also unique. Being unique means that there is no other image to compare to, and we've solved the problem. The second way someone can detect that a file contains a secret image is by using stag analysis. Stag analysis is the study of detecting hidden messages using steganography. This is analogous to cryptanalysis applied to cryptography. The problem is generally handled with statistical analysis. In practice, however, it's extremely complicated to break steganography. Let's move on and try to extract the secret file. In the current working directory, there is also the original file I have embedded. I'm gonna rename it so it won't be overwritten in the extraction process. Perfect. And I'm extracting the embedded file. Stag hide, extract, -sf from stego file and the name of the stego file, img.jpg. It's asking for the same passphrase and the file was extracted. Let's see if it's the same file. Okay, it seems it's the tragical play of William Shakespeare. I want to be 100% sure that the file was extracted entirely, so I'm checking the hash of both files. And it's the same hash, and that means it's the same file. Okay, that's all about stag hide and steganography. Thank you. Let's dive deeper into steganography and see how an image can embed another file without destroying the original one or without anything being noticed. An image is composed of pixels. Let's take, for example, an RGB image, sometimes referred to as a true color image. The color of each pixel is determined by the combination of red, green, and blue intensities stored in each pixel. For example, this is the RGB code of this color. and the RGB code of this one. RGB images are stored as 24-bit images where the red, green and blue components are 8-bit each. This yields a potential of 16 million colors. Usually, using an image processing application, you can see each pixel's color as 3 numbers in base 10 between 0 and 255. These are the numbers. For this color, they are 255, 0 and 102. For this one, the red intensity is 51, green is 204 and blue 255. These are the red, green and blue components. Note that an 8-bit number is between decimal 0 when all bits are 0 and decimal 255 when all bits are 1. These are some examples of colors and their RGB code. Note that you can also represent them in hexadecimal if you simply convert these numbers to base 16. This is the hexadecimal code of this color. Let's write the RGB code of color orange. This code. So color orange, RGB 255, 153 and 0. This is its code. Now let's convert these values to binary or base 2. This is a very simple operation, but I'll use this online tool. So from decimal to binary, 255. This is the binary number, and I'll copy paste it here. Then we have 153. I'll take the binary number and 0, which means 8 bits of 0. 4, 6, 8. Okay, this is the color orange in binary. Perfect. Now, there is a term called the least significant bit, or LSB, of any byte and is the rightmost bit. This rightmost one is the least significant bit. This one. This one for the second byte, and this 0 for the last byte. Now, in the context of steganography, the secret file will be hidden by manipulating and storing information in the least significant bits of the image or the sound file. If a user manipulates the least significant bits of a color in a pixel, the effect will be so small on the amount of that color that the human naked eye will not perceive it at all. However, the more bits a user replaces, the more obvious the alteration will appear to both a statistical and a visual inspection. Let's suppose we want to embed 3 bits, 1, 0 and 1 in this pixel. 1, 0 and 1. So the resulting pixel will be this one. Here is 1, here I'll put a 0, the second bit, and 1. So the new RGB code of the color will be: the first byte will remain 255. Okay, let's see the value of the second byte. Now I'm converting from binary to decimal. This is the binary number, and it's 152 in decimal, in base 10. And the last one will be 1. The user may later recover the secret information by extracting the least significant bits of the manipulated pixel and recover the original message. Let's see how this new color looks like. This was the original color, this one, and the new color is this one. It's the same color for the human naked eye. By the way, if you modify the least significant bit, it means you modify one bit in every group of 8 bits, and that means 1 divided by 8 or 12,5%. So, in an image of 1 megabyte, you could embed a file of 125 kilobytes. In practice, steganography tools will allow you to embed much less information in order not to be detected. Okay, that was the theoretical part of steganography. Of course, each tool can use a different algorithm or variation of more algorithms, but the fundamentals are the same. They have to modify the cover file in such a way that no one can detect it. I wanted you to deeply understand how it works. In the next lecture, I'll show you some hands-on applications of steganography. See you in a few seconds. Hello guys and welcome. We'll start a series of lectures on steganography. Maybe you wonder what steganography is. Is in fact stenography and I made a mistake? No. Actually, there is no mistake here. While stenography is the skill or work of recording spoken words by writing them down in shorthand and later transcribing them using a machine such as a typewriter, steganography is something completely different. It's the art of hiding secret information in plain text or in clear sight. Steganography tools can easily embed secret files into images, movies, audio files, or other file formats. Let's take a look at this picture that I've taken using my mobile phone. Do you notice something strange? I suppose not. You are just seeing a lake and some trees. A common park in the city. But inside this nice image, I've hidden the tragedy of Julius Caesar by William Shakespeare. Except for me and the people I choose to tell this, like you, no one could ever imagine that. I can post the image somewhere on the internet and later access the historical play of William Shakespeare easily and in privacy. The word steganography comes from the Greek word steganos, which means hidden, and graph or graphia, which means writing. Let me tell you a nice story. One of the first recorded use of steganography is when Herodotus mentions how a Greek ruler sent a message to his vassal by shaving the head of his most trusted servant, marking the message onto his scalp, then sending him on his way once his hair had regrown. Nowadays, though, we make use of the modern techniques and we insert secret files into other files. Maybe you wonder why someone would use steganography when there are so many strong encryption algorithms available, so strong that virtually no one can ever crack them. The answer is very simple. Even though the encryption is so secure, it doesn't actually hide the existence of the message. Anyone can see that an encrypted message has been sent, and even though no one can read it, merely communicating in secret can trigger alarms and make others suspicious. Once a third party determines that you are communicating in secret, they can force you or the person you are communicating with to tell them what you are hiding. Or they can simply intercept the communication and destroy the encrypted message. This is where steganography comes in. Unlike cryptography, the purpose of steganography is to hide even the mere existence of the message that is being sent. Let's see step by step how it really works. First, the secret file is encrypted. This is not mandatory, but is highly recommended, and many steganography tools do that automatically for you. The file that is hidden is called embedded file. Then, the information, encrypted or in clear text, is embedded into a cover file according to an algorithm. In most cases, this is an image, an audio or video file. The steganography algorithm decides how to hide data and how to randomize the placement of the data in such a way that the cover file remains visually the same. If someone is looking simultaneously at the original cover file and at the file that contains the embedded message, he would see no difference at all. The cover file that contains the secret message or the embedded file is called stego file. After the secret file was embedded, the stego file is sent normally to the destination. If the stego file is an image, the user can post this and other images on a website, forum, or simply send them in clear text per email. If someone, such as an attacker, captures the traffic, he won't be suspicious because it's just an image. Eventually, the user sends more images as a distraction. The steganography algorithm should be strong enough so that no one could tell the difference between the initial image and the one that contains the secret message. And even if somehow the attacker is strong enough to extract the embedded message, this will be encrypted anyway. Take a look at these two images, the original one and the one that contains the historical play of William Shakespeare. I'm sure you won't see any visual difference no matter how close you look and how much you zoom in. They look the same. At the destination, the one that knows that there is a hidden message there applies the same steganography algorithm and extracts the message. Most of the time, he needs a secret key that was previously shared with him to extract and then decrypt the message. I'll show you in a short while a practical example. Now that we've seen what steganography is and how it can be used, maybe you wonder how someone could modify an image or an audio file without anyone else to find out that there is a secret hidden. If you use an audio file as the cover file, you should know that there are a lot of frequencies too high or too low that the human ear cannot detect anyway. So modifying those frequencies doesn't change the way it normally sounds. Or if you take an image, you should know that there are a lot of pixels that cannot be seen by the human eye, and if those pixels are modified, the picture will still look the same. At the end of this lecture, let's see what are the use cases of steganography. It's useful in situations where sending encrypted messages might raise suspicion, such as in countries where free speech is suppressed. It's also frequently used as a digital watermark when the owner or the copyright holder embeds a secret message into a media to find when images or audio files are stolen. You can also use steganography to embed a private key like the one used by SSH or by cryptocurrencies, or any other secret files like the one that contains passwords or other sensitive information in an image and then post that image somewhere on the internet where it's always available. It's like a backup, but a very secure one. No matter where you are, you will be able to access the secret information. Or imagine that you want to take with you a secret document. You don't want to use a USB stick that can be easily discovered or sent the document by email. You can simply embed it in an image and do whatever you like with that image. Note that if you post a photo on a website like Facebook or Instagram, there is the risk that the image will be automatically scaled, and that means changed. The embedded message will be lost. The stego file has to remain unchanged. At the end of this video, let me demonstrate to you that the tragedy of Julius Caesar was indeed hidden in that image. This is the image, img.jpg. It's the image you have already seen. I'll use a steganography tool called steghide like this. Steghide, extract -sf from stego file and the image. And I'm entering the secret passphrase. And the secret has been extracted. It wrote extracted data to juliuscaesar.txt. This is the file. It's the entire historical play of William Shakespeare. In the next lectures, we'll dive deeper into steganography, and I'll also show you many live examples.